getting our systems up and running here for live coverage of a tornado warning. 2 counties in the Carolinas as Tropical Storm Elsa begins impacting. I am James Brierton in Charlotte, North Carolina, and we're welcoming in all our viewers on the Carolina Weather Net and across the social platforms of the Carolina Weather Group. Again, we have a tornado warning, the first in the Carolinas as a result of Elsa. And let's go down to Charleston, South Carolina, where Jared Smith will bring us up to speed. Hello again, Jared.
Hi. As we suspected, we're starting to see this main band of precipitation begin to produce some severe weather. I'm going to go right to the radar here, so let's just talk about what we've got here. So we have a tornado warning. This includes Hilton Head, Port Royal, the city of Beaufort. This tornado warning will go until 12:15 a.m. And I'll zoom in. I'm gonna zoom in on the area in question here. And this is pretty much a no-doubter. It's a very tight circulation. It looks like it's just about to come back over land here, south of Port Royal. And of course, as we've talked about, that really tight circulation then kind of backed off a little bit. So far, no sign of debris or anything like that, but we certainly want to keep an eye on this. As we look at this, it looks like there's 2 circulations here, actually, maybe 2 circulations. It's just a kind of a whole like sheared line with the primary circulation south of Port Royal here. We take a wider view. I think the one thing that we want to note when we look at this in the wider view is that we have a severe thunderstorm warning here, and this is for 80-mile-an-hour winds. There was an 81-mile-an-hour wind gust reported at Calabogue Sound off the weather flow station down there. So this rain band is producing hurricane force winds, hurricane force wind gusts, that is. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning that stretches for pretty much all the coastal, like most of coastal Jasper, Beaufort County up into Colleton County. As this rain band continues to move northward across the area, we are seeing some of the warnings come in fast and furious now, and again, the main concern at this point right now is the tornado warning south of Port Royal. This guy here, I'm going to go ahead and put a storm track on this, we have it looks like this is going to be near the Port Royal area in the next 10 minutes. And this could get very close to Beaufort as well. And again, knowing that there's some deviant motion here. If you're in Beaufort, you really need to be taking cover right now. It's very important. I'm not surprised.
Jared, I have a new storm report in. I'm sorry to interrupt you. This is a different tornado, but I want to just convey the threat that these tornadic tornadoes could bring us. This is from Effingham County in Georgia, just across the line. A possible tornado has injured 1 person there. This just in from the National Weather Service, where siding was ripped off a home. A shed was damaged in the Eagleton Plantation area. Tree damage along Route 119. A vehicle ran into a downed tree on Route 119, where the driver sustained minor injuries. This is, again, something that occurred just in the last half an hour to an hour or so as a part of these bands of Tropical Storm Elsa coming through. The Weather Service is looking into that as a possible tornado, and now we have these tornado warnings that you're continuing to tell us about, just to give us a little context to the danger that this storm poses.
Yep, exactly. And again, like we talked about, if you were watching us earlier, we were talking about tropical tornadoes and how they can spin up and spin down with very little warning, with very little advance warning. And that certainly seems to be what's happening here.
I was hoping to bring in the WeatherStem camera in Beaufort, but it seems to be offline. We may have also just temporarily lost
I think Jared's offline too.
Studio. Yeah, we'll stand by for a moment to see if we can get Jared back on. James Brierton here in Charlotte. That is Scotty Powell in the foothills of western North Carolina. We are continuing to track tornado warning that is in the Carolinas here as a part of Tropical Storm Elsa moving in to the Carolinas. This was just issued in the last few moments or so, and working on getting an additional radar source up on the screen for you as we await the return of Jared Smith. But again, this goes for the next 23 minutes or so, and this is for Beaufort and Jasper counties. It was just renewed by the Weather Service, and we'll go ahead now and show you this on this radar here. You can see the area in the red polygon. This is the Beaufort, Port Royal, Paris Island, Hilton Head Plantation area. Not necessarily Hilton Head Island itself, but we're watching this whole area here just in the kind of southern portions of the South Carolina coastline, where we are continuing to watch this new tornado warning. And I think Jared was starting to show us on velocity what the Weather Service is looking at here. But there's a couple areas that are kind of all on the screen simultaneously, where we're watching, again, some areas of circulation, even some offshore that are issuing what they call marine warnings, where we could get some water spouts. But tornado or no tornado, Scotty, let's talk about these winds here for a second. Radar estimated 66 miles an hour, 70 miles an hour. I mean, there's a severe thunderstorm warning in this same location for the risk of winds upwards of 80 miles an hour. And we've said it before on the show, and we'll say it again. Winds are winds, whether they're rotating in a column or they're coming at you in a wall. So wouldn't be surprised if we continue to get more storm reports of damage in from this area as one of these really strong bands of from Elsa starts to move on through. It does seem that our pal there is working on restoring his internet connection, but he's also reminding me that we do in fact have that camera up from WeatherStem.
If you want to punch that up, James, we can talk about. You can kind of see it's
wow,
the lightning there. This tornadic storm near Hilton Head Island, Beaufort, Port Royal, Shell Point, Burton, Kalawasi Island, Laurel Bay, Hilton Head Airport, Lemon Island, Beaufort Marine Corps Air Station, Paris Island, and Folly Field. James, you're talking about the wind. This is actually lightning. A lot of lightning. The wind is confirmed. We've had a few reports now near Tybee Island, 75 mile per hour wind gusts. Jared about the 81 mile per hour wind gusts just before his internet went out there. So this isn't, I mean, we're seeing it on radar, but we're also seeing verification with these weather stations that we are actually seeing these high winds. So you definitely need to treat this like a tornado. If the wind is howling, you need to be in the most centralized location of your home. I know this is a big vacation spot. This is the 4th of July week. A lot of people off work down in this area vacation. In fact, one of my best friends is actually down there, and he is telling me that the where they are on Hilton Head Island, that there's a lot of sirens and alarms going off, umbrellas and chairs flipped over from the pool deck into the pool. So that shows you how bad the winds are down in that area. So again, you need to be in the most centralized location, put as many walls between you and the outside. We were talking about this in our live stream before. There's no basements or very few basements here. So you need to be in that lowest level central location away from windows, because 70, 80 mile per hour wind is going to do some damage. So get in your shelter now if you're in this polygon. Jared, I see that we have you back up.
Yeah, and so one thing, the Weather Service has just updated the warning, saying that the tornado is over Paris Island, moving northwest at 40 miles per hour. So again, when you're in this warning, I mean, that 40 miles an hour, that's pretty fast. So you're in this warning, you've got to take shelter as soon as you can, because this is the kind of thing, this is the kind of situation where we will run into, this can be on top of you very fast.
Jared, we do have a report. James was talking about a little bit earlier. We do have a report of an injury from the storm, a possible tornado in Effingham County, Georgia, which is another tornado warning going on there. Siding ripped off of a house and shed damage, tree damage along Highway 119. So there was an injury with that storm, and the tag there is possible tornadoes. So these storms, Jared, we were talking about that 80 mile per hour wind gust that you saw in Calabogie Sound. So this is we're seeing it radar wise, but we're also seeing confirmation on the ground from weather stations.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I think it's important to note that I mean, these are winds that have been measured. I think that it's not just this radar indicated stuff. It has been measured. I mean, wow. I mean, look at that lightning.
Yeah, lightning's been nuts.
Yeah, that is that is about what we would expect. And this band has been a big lightning producer too, just in general, as it's continually moved north. So what we're going to do here, let me get my radar reset here. What I'm going to do, let's go back to the radar here. And again, my radar is over here. You guys are over here. So you're going to see the side of my lovely profile here, but that's okay. So what we're dealing with now, we have the main circulation that is seems to be right around Port Royal. Let me do the NROT tool and see. So there's circulation crossing Ladies Island Drive right now, headed right into Beaufort. Looks to be shearing out a little bit, but it was the last fix the Weather Service had on it was over was over Paris Island, again moving northwest at 40 miles an hour. We have a second circulation. We have a couple circulations behind it. All right. So
that's just the
that's
tornado warning in Georgia.
Yep.
Expired.
Yep. So tornado warning in Georgia expired. Obviously, we still have plenty of tornado warning to go in Beaufort County, and they may actually need to extend this further north of the Broad here, as we have 1-2 circulations coming up. Like basically, kind of on a bullseye, for Highway 21.
How fast are these things moving, Jared?
40 miles an hour is what the Weather Service has. So, I mean, and again, that's that's what we would expect. I mean, a tropical tornado, these things move. These things, they don't waste time within the band. And as we noted, I'll switch to regular velocity here, and you can see like some of the winds that are being measured by the radar are about 65 miles an hour. 66 miles an hour, that's about 2,500 feet up. So that's not that, it's not going to take much to get that. It's not going to take much at all to get that into a place where we can see some problems. And the thing is, we knew that we were going to have some, we may have something else, guys. There is a circulation right here. Oh boy. Okay, so this isn't warned yet, but I don't think it will go unwarned for long. Right next to Ravenel and Hollywood, about to cross Highway 17. What I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to send this out on my platforms here real fast. If you guys want to take over for a second.
Yeah, that's Jared Smith in Charleston, South Carolina. I'm James Brierton in Charlotte. Scotty Powell in the foothills of Western North Carolina. You're watching live severe weather coverage from the Carolina Weather Group on the Carolina Weather Net. Tropical Storm Elsa now moving into the Carolinas will be with us throughout much of the overnight. And as we talked about on our live special earlier this evening, we can expect to see exactly what's playing out along the coastal and I-95 corridors of South Carolina as we head through the overnight hours. It's going to be this chance of seeing tornadoes. It's going to be the chance of seeing flooding by the heavy winds and rain. And then we'll watch for some of this to play out through the daylight hours in North Carolina tomorrow, where I sit in Charlotte. We're on the western edge of the forecast cone. We'll get around to looking at that. I'll update from the National Weather Service. The 11 o'clock advisory was issued since we last talked to you live, but I think right now we have some more pressing things to talk about. Jared is updating his radar. We're taking a live look at this Beaufort, South Carolina camera from WeatherStem, which is right where the tornado warning is. And although it's dark out, we can still kind of make out where the lights are in the distance. And as I say that, it maybe had just these things are not invincible. It's back now.
No,
okay,
it's still going. It's still going. We're good there. I mean, we may very well have seen a brief power outage too. It's certainly possible that there.
We also hit midnight. Could have been a server kind of.
Who knows? Over. No, it's midnight. Okay, well that's good. All right, so this is what we don't like to see. I mean, at the end of the day, this is what we don't like to see. We don't like to see tornadoes anytime, but especially not at night. So
I've got scanner traffic up for Beaufort.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Cool.
My friend is in the Hilton Head, and He's sending me some videos, so I'm gonna put it out on our Twitter here in just a second. But looks like there's some damage down in this area.
Okay, yeah, we're going to definitely want to know about that sooner rather than later. Any
damage reports will help the Weather Service get some ground truth.
Yeah, they help them get some ground truth. It helps calibrate their warning strategies going forward. So again, the main concern right now, honestly, when I look at the storm relative and I look at some of our rotation tools, we have a lot of sheared rotations that are showing up. But I really think that the tornado threat is increasingly moving east of the polygon now, and so we're going to need to keep an eye on these two. As these lift north into potentially southern Charleston County. And there is this small area of rotation, a very tiny cell. And again, these things, these things you just can't always count out. Now, Weather Service hasn't warned it yet. I mean, they haven't pulled the trigger on it. They're watching it. I'm sure they've got a lot of eyes on this stuff. But I mean, this is just the nature of what we're dealing with tonight. With these kinds of storms, and so there's no indication that anything is on the ground or anything like that, but it is rotating, and that is the atmosphere that we're dealing with.
One thing we haven't talked about yet, Jared, is what to do if you find yourself in a tornado warning. It's get to the lowest place in a sturdy structure with as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. In this neck of the woods, I don't expect there to be a lot of basements, but that could be an interior bathroom or under the stairs, someplace where you just have as many walls between you and the outside world as possible, and as low in that structure as you could possibly go. That will give you the best chance against a potential tornado. And if you can ideally do it, put some shoes on, put some eyeglass, eye protection on, grab a helmet in case you have to reemerge from your safe place in potential tornado damage. Continuing to watch these live pictures, Jared, as you also update us on what you're seeing on radar.
Yep, absolutely. So again, the live pictures could very well tell a good story too, because we're going to want to watch for power flashes. Again, I think this camera is this the ETV camera?
Yes, it is.
James? Okay.
And you know what? I think there's another camera out there now. Isn't there a new one?
There's a Botany Bay camera. That's going to be a little bit, that's going to be looking south into it. I don't know how much we're going to see out of that, but we'll want to keep the Botany Bay camera.
Getting some reports of some downed trees and power outages now in the Hilton Head area. Okay.
All right. That's helpful. Let's definitely, we'll get that. We'll get that sorted out. We'll get that nailed down. But yeah, I mean, again, I think, the one thing is, we have this red polygon. Obviously, we are here for the tornado warning. But there is also the greater issue of the fact that this band of storms is capable of producing 80-mile-an-hour winds along the, especially along the coast. And while we haven't seen any recent reports from there, and I'd like to see if we can get
this.
And that'll be good. I want to see if we can get the wind alert stuff from there as well, so we can keep an eye on that. But right now, we've got some video here. I guess this is the Hilton Head video.
Scotty, you might be muted.
Yes, it is. And we've got some trees down on Glen Eagle Court, which is kind of in this area of where we're seeing the video from. That's from Hilton Head.
Cool.
Jared, right. Any movement on that second area of rotation you were watching on radar?
Yeah, nothing new yet. I mean, again,
you can see it there.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. This is just north of 17. This is the best looking rotation we have on radar right now in a populated area. So I am going to, I'm going to stick with this one for the time being, because I would be very shocked if they didn't warn on this. Pretty short order. This is in western Charleston County. Here's the town of Ravenel. Here's the town of Hollywood. These are, and just generally as you go down 17 towards Colleton County, we've just had it cross 17, and well, I'm looking for debris. Nothing telltale here, but we got about 40 miles an hour of shear here. The tornado warning will expire for Beaufort and Jasper, by the way. So that's just come across. The tornado warning for Beaufort and Jasper will expire. However, the severe thunderstorm warning, it looks like it's going to go until 12:30. So,
wind is wind, as we just talked about while you were offline. You know, whether the wind is twirling in a cylinder or it's coming at you in a wall. 80-mile-per-hour winds. Actually, let's do the math here. Yep. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for 80-mile-per-hour winds. I don't want to confuse people. Elsa is a tropical storm, but 80-mile-per-hour winds in a snapshot by itself are hurricane force winds.
Yeah, hurricane force winds, and we don't see winds like that from thunderstorms here. Earlier, we were talking about severe thunderstorms, 58 miles an hour. We don't see that. This is becoming very concerning to me. Couple reasons. Number one, we have a bounded weak ecoregion. See the little donut hole right there? This is north of Ravenel now, and this is going to be moving into southern Dorchester County here in a few minutes. But this is a pretty tight rotation. This has got a bounded weak ecoregion. I'll tilt up a little bit. And again, the problem is that these are so shallow that it can be very hard to, it can be really hard to vertically correlate these. But this is headed towards County Line Road. It is situated east of Highway 165, or west of Highway 165 rather, heading towards County Line Road in southern Dorchester County. It's in Charleston County right now. It's going to be in southern Dorchester County in a matter of minutes. This is going to head up. We should
emphasize that there's not an official warning on it, but we're watching this area very closely.
We are. If this keeps up, there's going to be a warning on it. I think that there's only a matter of time. If this signature keeps up. So again, we're talking about the towns of Gettysville, Clubhouse Crossroad. This is going to split the difference between Delamar Crossroads and Parker's Ferry Landing. So again, looking here, if you're in those towns, I'd be watching this very closely and be ready, be a step away from tornado shelter, because I suspect I have a strong suspicion that we may see something come out of this before too long. Again, this rotation is, it's been persistent. It has been with us for the last few scans. We'll trace it back a little bit. Here, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna key myself out of this. I'm just gonna do radar only here, so you guys don't have to look at my face blocking this. And I'm gonna also adjust this. This is live, folks, and sometimes it ain't pretty, but we got to do what we got to do. All right, so here's the evolution of this rotation here. And you can see that very subtle rotation as it passed just west of Hollywood, but has now started to really tighten up in the last few scans. Produce that bounded weak ecoregion here. This little dropout right here in the reflectivity. That's essentially, if you think about it, it's kind of the eye of the circulation, to use kind of a crude but effective term. And this rotation here, this is certainly worth watching. Taking a look at another screen here, the tornado parameters are headed up in this area. We have models suggest a significant tornado parameter now of about 1 to 1.5 in this region. So again, the parameter space is improving. The conditions are becoming more favorable. And again, this could produce something. We'll see what the Weather Service says. We're watching that very, very closely.
Jared, on the screen right now, people are looking at the Storm Prediction Center outlook specifically for tornado probability as we head through now in 8 a.m. 5% chance for this area of South Carolina coast and inland, drops down to about 2% as you make your way towards Columbia and up to Wilmington, and tapers off a little bit as you get towards Augusta. 5% is not nothing. It is not the highest, but 5% chance. We've talked about it all the time. That's a pretty good chance of seeing a tornado, not to be confused with, say, what you think of when we say 5% chance of rain. This isn't that. This is a 5% chance is one that gets our attention, and we're going to be keeping a close eye on that. That actually aligns, if you're familiar with the Storm Prediction Center's slight tier 2 out of 5 tiers in their severe weather outlook. This is for the remainder of tonight, and then this whole area will move north for tomorrow. Marginal risk from the South Carolina coast through the North Carolina coast. That's tier 1 out of 5, 2% chance of tornado because of further impacts expected from Elsa. I have the Hurricane Center update, but I think, Jared, I'm getting the sense you might have a bit more here.
We have a damage report from that from what is very likely going to be that cell. We have a damage report of a tree down on the side of Highway 17 South. This is Bryce Shelton. He runs the Midlands weather account and does some chasing with our buddy Chris Jackson for Live Storms Media, and he's reporting a small tree down on the side of Highway 17 South, 2 to 3 miles west of Ravenel, and that lines up very nicely with this area of rotation. So it's very possible that this has produced some damage. Again, wind damage. Again, bringing a tree down. I mean, this isn't like ripping up buildings or anything like that, but still, I mean, there's something here. And we're going to need to keep an eye on this closely. Separately, we have a new flood advisory out. This is mostly for in this rain band here, taking in Hilton Head, Beaufort, a lot of Jasper County, the northwest part of Hampton County, Colleton County up to Walterboro, and then Edisto Island and Charleston County. So again, we're going to have these flood advisories coming out. This is not, this is certainly to be expected as we as we go here. Zooming out a little bit, we have
guys. I want to jump in for just a second. I've been listening to you, but also had an ear to the scanner here. I've just in the last 3 minutes, I've written down 5 wind damage. We've got trees down. We've got one roadway blocked from transformers and power lines down, and actually another location with wires down on a car, power lines down on a car from the wind. So, we were talking about, was there a tornado in the Beaufort area, or was it straight line wind with those 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts? It doesn't matter. It's producing damage down there. So you guys definitely, if you're in this vicinity, you need to be on the lookout for these damage and winds as they continue to move up the coastline. But a lot of damage reports now rolling in from Beaufort County here in South Carolina.
Yeah, and I'm putting a note in the Weather Service chat real quick. If you guys want to keep on rolling here for the next minute.
I can roll for a moment. If you're just joining us at 12:13, what is now July 8th, 2021. I am James Brierton in Charlotte, North Carolina. We have Scotty Powell and we have Jared Smith, who is in Charleston, South Carolina. This is live severe weather coverage of Tropical Storm Elsa from the Carolina Weather Group, streaming on the Carolina Weather Net. We came on the air about 20 minutes ago for what was a tornado warning in Beaufort and Jasper counties that has now been allowed to expire, but we are remaining on the air, continuing to track Tropical Storm Elsa at this hour because of a severe thunderstorm warning with the threat of 80-mile-per-hour winds. We're continuing to get those wind damage reports into us. And as we've been showing you, there are a couple other areas of rotation on the radar that are not officially warned right now. And we're waiting to see how the National Weather Service wishes to proceed on those. But we're keeping a close eye on them as other potential nocturnal tornadic threats from this tropical system that is rolling through the Carolinas. If you are just joining us, let me show you what the latest thought process is from the National Hurricane Center. First and foremost, here is Elsa on satellite tonight as the area of circulation now crosses into South Carolina, the winds and the clouds streaming out ahead of it. Here is the 11 o'clock forecast from the National Hurricane Center showing a little bit of a westward movement inland. That's been a trend we've been seeing throughout the day. So tropical storm expected to continue through South Carolina, maybe bringing more impacts or closer impacts to Columbia and even the south and eastern metropolitan areas of Charlotte as we head through the overnight hours and then through that morning rush. I think the morning rush tomorrow, if you're coming into Charlotte from Union County, North Carolina, is going to be tricky. And then we're continuing to see Elsa holding on to that tropical storm strength as it makes its way through Raleigh and the Triangle during the day tomorrow, not exiting into Virginia until tomorrow night. We talked about these earlier too. Here are the actual times you can expect to see these winds, tropical storm force winds rolling into the Carolinas. And it almost seems like maybe guys are a little ahead of schedule on these based on at least on that severe thunderstorm warning alone. And, the idea of where we're going to see the strongest winds, it's right along that I-95 corridor. Again, when we look at the forecast cone, this is anticipating that the center of circulation could be anywhere inside that forecast cone, which at this point is pretty small. That's a pretty good size forecast cone. But again, it's the east side of the circulation where you're going to get the strongest winds, the strongest tornadic threat. And that's why when you actually compare the cone to the probability of seeing the tropical storm force winds of 39 miles per hour or greater, that 30 to 40 to almost 50% chance of seeing some of those is right along the I-95 corridor, and they drop off pretty steeply as you make your way across the I-77 corridor. Again, we're talking about winds. We're talking about the tornadic threat that is associated with the system, but we're also talking about the flash flood threat, which in the coastal areas of South Carolina is the highest, 20% chance of seeing flash flooding. That's Charleston. That is Hilton Head. That's down towards Savannah. Jared can give us more on that flash flood advisory that is out. But then we also have a slight risk of seeing flash flooding, 10% chance extending towards that I-77 corridor, Augusta, Columbia, Charlotte, and then Raleigh and Wilmington and Hatteras and OBX as well, too, where the National Weather Service in Raleigh has already much earlier today gone ahead and issued a flash flood watch for much of central and eastern North Carolina. We haven't seen the other weather service offices follow that same lead, but we do have that advisory out right now for those southern South Carolina coastal areas, the Hilton Heads, and up towards Charleston, if I'm not mistaken, Jared. Tell us a little bit about that ongoing flooding threat that is now beginning to play out.
Yeah. So again, what we're looking at right now, let me, I'm acknowledging out a couple things here and still watching this little area of rotation that has been very intriguing, moving closer to 17A near Gettysville in far southwestern Dorchester County. No warning on it. It has been up and down. We'll see, we'll see if it can stay persistent, but the main concern is the big rain band that is currently situated. Let's say, let me get that out.
Just about to bring it up for you.
Yeah,
there
cool.
it is.
Thank you. Yeah, so we have the main rain band. This is the main event. This is going to be, once this is through, then you're going to notice that it'll get a little bit better. But main rain band, roughly from let's say Hampton, the town of Hampton in Hampton County, all the way down through Beaufort, and then offshore. And you can see that there's a couple. We definitely have a couple areas of rotation showing up well offshore. There could be some water spouts in these. And again, and we've already had one tornado warning tonight from Hilton Head that has since been allowed to expire. But we want to keep an eye on these because, again, as we've been noting throughout the night, tropical tornadoes can spin up and they can spin down just as fast. And so these are the kinds of things that we want to be very careful of, especially with this main band. This main band is the main event as it passes by. Now, we do have a flood advisory out for a good chunk of Beaufort County, Colleton County to south of Walterboro, takes in the far southwest corner of Charleston County, around Edisto. So if you're on Edisto right now, you have a flood advisory in effect, and I suspect as time goes on, we're going to see these flood advisories continue to move up the coast with this band. We're seeing
buried underneath all these colors, but it's in there. I want to also just let people know real fast, Jared. We're still live, but there is no active tornado warnings in the Carolinas right now. We're still waiting for some of these graphics to drop some of these latest warnings. They're still on this map, but right now there aren't any tornado warnings in the Carolinas. And to Mark and Shelley's question about Paris Island, they were in that initial tornado warning that prompted us to come on the air. They're no longer under tornado warning. They're still under that severe thunderstorm warning for the threat of 80-mile-per-hour winds. We're getting broad reports of trees down and power lines down from the broader area, but I don't think we have anything that is specific to Paris Island damage known to us just yet, which brings me around to this final point. If you are able to safely report damage, the easiest way to do it is on Twitter with the hashtag SCWX for South Carolina, and for tomorrow, hashtag NCWX for North Carolina. Or I guess tomorrow is now today, isn't it?
Yeah, tomorrow is today on the Carolina Weather Group, where we make everything. It's nuts. And getting back to the floods, the flooding issues real quick. I'm taking a look at some of the radar estimates, the 1 hour radar estimates that are coming out of off of the radar, and we're seeing radar estimates that are 2 to 3 inches falling in an hour, stretching from Forest Beach through Hilton Head Island to Land's End to Paris Island, a big swath of 2 to 3 inches. And I buy these numbers because earlier this evening we had observers in Georgia who measured 3 inches of rain in an hour. So and that squared well with what we're seeing on the radar. So what I suspect is that we're going to have some very, very heavy rain continuing to move its way up. And so we should see these flood advisories continue to come up the coast along with it. Now, one thing that I am particularly concerned about is, yes, downtown Charleston is, I get a lot of questions about downtown Charleston for obvious reasons. Downtown Charleston, you spill your water in the wrong place, it floods. I get it. Downtown Charleston, the good news is that we're going to be hitting low tide. This is going to arrive at low tide. But the big concern is at 3 inch an hour rain rates, it's going to overwhelm the drainage anyway. And depending on how long this rain hangs around, we may continue to see additional problems kind of prolong themselves. So that's certainly something that we're going to need to keep a very close eye on, is the residence time of the rain and the timing of it. Again, this main band is, it's making steady progress north. I'm going to go over to one of my tools here and see if I can update the time of arrival. It's still thinking about an hour and a half for downtown, so we have plenty of time to watch it, but something to go ahead.
Sorry, good. I was just going to say the severe thunderstorm warning just expired, so good news on that front.
Yeah, that is we'll take whatever wins we can get around here tonight. That is for sure. And again, so the only active warning right now is a special marine warning for waterspout possibility. Basically going into around the Beaufort County coastline up to parts of Colleton County here. So again, certainly is the potential for some water spouts. Sea Island Parkway, there may be there at the end of Highway 21 here, right at the coast there. There certainly could be something that we need to keep an eye on there. But at this point, guys, we are, there's just a lot to watch here. We've also been watching I'm going to take my radar full here. We've also been watching an area of rotation that has been kind of transient on and off, and it spun up and spun down, and this is very much in a spun down state now. It was looking pretty impressive there for a couple scans. This is in far southwestern Dorchester County. This is crossing Highway 17 alternate right now, 17A. And this is going to stay. This is splitting the difference between Cottageville and Delamar Crossroad. Somerville, Ridgeville, you are not in any danger from this storm. You are fine right now. You're just getting some light rain, light to moderate rain at times. Not a big deal. New tornado warning for Beaufort and Colleton. That is for that. Yeah, and that I'm not surprised in the slightest, because that is that. Yeah, that's that. Well, there's a couple here. That are very strong.
They've drawn this at a little bit of a different trajectory than the last polygon. It has much more of a northwestern.
That makes sense. That certainly makes sense, because again, if you think about it, the problem with tropical tornadoes is that you have such strong shear with these. You have the band moving. You have everything within the band moving west, and then you have the band itself moving north. So so there's your polygon here. Let's call it out. I'm going to switch to one. I'm going to just switch to one view real quick, and I'll take the radar data off even, just so we can talk about who's in this. This is south of Walterboro. This does not include Walterboro. This is just outside of Edisto here. So that's good news for there. But Green Pond, Hendersonville, looks like this clips Jacksonboro. So anywhere Highway 17, basically Eighth Basin Parkway in Colleton County right now. This is not a good place to be. This includes, let me see if I can't I might have to use another tool here, but to get a few more locations here, or we can just get the warning text, and then let's just do that. Let's just read the warning here. So it includes I-95 as well, between mile markers 47 and 51. So Hendersonville, Bennett's Point, Green Pond, Ashpoo River, Whitehall and Jacksonboro. This is the concern. And the tornado, the possible tornado was near Dale, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. I'm going to bring the radar data back up, switch to velocity, and we'll switch to storm relative velocity. I'm going to make a tweak here just to make sure that we have the most up-to-date storm motions here, so I can get the most up-to-date velocity picture. And yeah, here it is right here. Yeah, the little town of Dale, very near, kind of very near Highway 21 as well. It is riding the county line between Beaufort County and Colleton County right now. Green Pond, this is pretty much on a collision course for you here. Do a little line storm track here. Green Pond, Hendersonville in particular, and again crossing Highway 17 at the Ace Basin Parkway. Looks like it's going to be pretty close to the Beaufort County line where the bridge is there. That is an interesting spot, actually. That is a really interesting spot. There's a big clearing just before the Beaufort County line. You can see for miles around, and I'm sure, and it would not shock me if this was very near. This is going to get very near that area. And if somebody's out there, which I hope you're not, because this is a very scary situation to be in. The tornado warning, and there's nothing on this road. Let me just also emphasize that there's very few places to stop on 17. There is the former Ashpoo Grocery right on the Ashpoo River there. That's a place I've stopped there before in a severe thunderstorm coming up on 17, but really there's not a lot of spots there. So if you're on 17 heading into about to cross into Colleton County on Highway 17, from Beaufort County, you want to stop. There's that little interchange around 17 and 21. You probably want to stop and just give this a little time to cross. So Green Pond, Hendersonville, this is going to cross 17A at Hendersonville in the next 15 to 30 minutes. So again, let's look at the correlation coefficient. Good news is that we do not see any signs of debris being lofted, but again, this is kind of a marshy area too. So it may be very difficult to it may be somewhat difficult to quite nail down whether there is something down. That being said, tropical tornadoes, these things can produce it with a moment's notice, and so we need everybody to be very cognizant of that. There's also a second area of rotation that's going to kind of right out hot on the heels of this one, and we're going to need to keep an eye on that one closely too to see if it tightens up. But this is but yeah, so these two right here are kind of the ones that we need to be keeping an eye on over the next 30 to 45 minutes. It's going to go until 1 a.m. So you can, if I zoom in on this a little bit, you have your rotation here, but there's your little a little bit of a B weir here. You can see a little bit of a spin in the reflectivity pattern here. So yeah, certainly a very tightly wrapped storm that we're going to want to watch very closely.
I want to show you guys something. This is why we tell you to seek shelter. This is in Hilton Head Island. This just posted right now.
Ooh.
You can see this tree branch.
Charleston.
This is a tree partially coming through a roof and sea ponds on Hilton Head Island.
Yep.
And again, this is why we tell you to get to the most central location, away from windows. I'm not sure. I just see a picture of a bed and a tree, so I'm not sure if there's windows or anything in this room. But central most part of your home is where you need to be, and unfortunately, damage to this home or vacation home or something like that. But it doesn't seem to be any injuries with this. But this is
Could you imagine being in the bed and waking up and that's what you see?
I mean, that is a legitimate possibility in a situation like this.
Yeah, crazy.
Let's tell people what it is that they need this time of night in order to stay safe. Weather radio, a cell phone, multiple ways to get tornado warnings delivered to you that are going to wake you up while you are sleeping. Have a failsafe. Cell phones are great, but they require cell phone towers, which can go down. So sometimes good old-fashioned analog is a great backup. And then know where you're going to go, especially if you're vacationing. Before you go to bed tonight, just identify that place in your structure that is going to be your best place. You might not be able to check all of the boxes, but check as many boxes as possible when we talk about getting to the lowest level, most interior as possible, and then add to that by putting on a helmet or grabbing a pillow, something to protect your eyes. Keep the shoes by the bed so that when one of these bad boys goes off, you can slip those shoes on and get in that place, because that photo shows us that you could be coming back out on the other side of this with tornado damage, and that could be sharp things like nails or glass. So having those shoes will go a long way. Incredible photo.
Yeah, and I'll also say that it's very, very probable that straight line winds did that. Again, you don't need it to be twisting in order to have a problem. And we've had gusts, 60, 70, 80 miles an hour along the coast here and in these coastal communities. So again, if I'm, along the coast, say in Charleston County right now, and I'm looking at, talking at Edisto, Seabrook, Kiowa, Folly, in those locations, the Sea Islands, Wadmalaw, I would be thinking very hard about making sure that I have a flashlight next to me tonight. I would be making sure that my phone's on the charger right now. Because who knows?
I just put mine on the charger.
Jared, I want to show you this right here. Gage Shaw, follow on Twitter. He's actually showing this Seabrook Island, what we were just talking about, and you can see this little, looks like a little bit of rotation that runs right through there.
Yeah, that was the that was the storm that we were tracking up into Dorchester County. It's interesting that he notes that small little CC drop. Not quite sure, again, that's but that was the one that we were tracking earlier. That was the one that we were tracking as it moved west of Ravenel. That is the one that downed a tree on 17, 3 miles west of Ravenel.
And now the tree branch that we just saw, Seabrook Island, I guess that's in the vicinity.
That tree branch was on Seabrook?
Yes, sorry, Sea Pines.
That's Hilton Head. That's Hilton Head.
I got my C's wrong.
it's all good. There's a lot of sea. There's a lot of sea to be had around there. So Sea Pines is Hilton Head. We don't have any reports of structural damage from the small rotation that went through western Charleston County into southern Dorchester County, which is since weekend. You can still kind of see it on radar, but it's not too impressive. Let's go back to our tornado warning.
That's what we'll see. That's what we'll see too, right, Jared? I mean, these tornadoes, tropical tornadoes, they spin up. They may be on radar 1, 2, 3 scans, and then they're gone.
No, that's exactly right, and that's that's the danger here. Like right now, I mean, you're seeing, you're not really seeing anything that is, really calling out to you is like, oh yeah, there's a tornado here, anything like that. We look at our normalized rotation product. This is something that, if you watch Carolina Weather Group, and especially when I'm running coverage here, I love this thing. I love NROT because it really does a nice job of pointing out where the strongest rotation is. There really isn't a lot of strong rotation here right now. But the thing with these warnings is that this could spin up again at any moment. And so, so that's why when the warning comes out, you've got to be ready to move. And because it can spin up and down just as quickly, it can go up and down in the space of a radar scan. And so we want people to be very careful about that. And again, if you hear that warning, don't try to confirm the tornado. Don't try to figure out where it is. Don't try to look for it. You're not going to see it. It's dark. It's raining. Cats and dogs. Just get into your safe space. And the good news is that these are moving quickly. It won't last long, but certainly something that we got to watch in this main band. And I think that we're going to have a few more instances of this before it's all said and done. Kind of looking around at let me take my radar full again, just kind of going back and forth on the radar here. Let's update on where the band is, because this is going to be the key weather maker throughout the night. This is the key area that we're concerned about. And so looking at the band, it stretches now from Allendale through Colleton County, splitting, crossing I-95, 17A, all the way down into, it's getting very close now to Edisto Beach. And so this is going to start moving into the Charleston Tri-County area in the next, in the next couple hours. Timing tool suggests that we'll start to see this impact the Charleston metro area probably a little after 1:30 a.m. So again, if you're in the Charleston metro area, we need folks to, make sure you got your phones on charge. Make sure that you are, that you've got your warning methods, and hopefully you won't need them. But we want to make sure that everybody is as safe as possible. Over the waters here in this band, you can still see, I'll take this, I'll take the velocities full. Still have some areas of rotation here within the tornado warned area in Beaufort and Colleton counties. But you also have little pock marks of rotation showing up offshore. Those are water spouts. That's the stuff that's going to be coming inland. And again, there's the big uncertainty right now is how far inland the tornado threat will exist. When I look at some of the severe weather parameters, things like significant tornado parameter, it does look like that this is spreading about 217A. Like that we're seeing a pretty decent inland spread of the tornado threat. So roughly to I-95 17A is the greatest tornado threat is going to move northeastward along and east of I-95 into the Charleston Tri-County area over the next few hours. So really, this is the time to be watching this very closely. This time that we'll be watching this very closely. Obviously, hopefully you're in bed. If you're still watching us from Charleston, that's great. Thank you, and I'm glad you're watching us. But please, make sure that you're able to get, make sure you're able to get your warnings, because this is a very it's turned out to be so far a pretty precarious situation as this main band has moved into the low country.
You're watching live severe weather coverage from the Carolina Weather Group on the Carolina Weather Net. I'm James Brierton in Charlotte. That was the voice and face of Jared Smith in Charleston, South Carolina. We have Scotty Powell joining us from the foothills of western North Carolina. We are continuing to track as Tropical Storm Elsa makes its way through the Carolinas here, arriving during these overnight hours. The tornado threat. This is our second tornado warning in the Carolinas. All of this just kicking off in the last little bit. And Jared, as I pop you back up full, I'll also let you know I'm looking right now for I-95 South Carolina DOT cameras in that Waltersboro area. The cameras are it's so tricky this time of night because it is so dark.
Yeah. I mean, not all traffic cameras are created equal, and so we're definitely going to start to see conditions head downhill very quickly in Walterboro. We're seeing that happen Allendale to Walterboro now. You're going to see rain rates come up very fast, and you could see some very strong winds out of this too. Go to the raw velocity data here out of the radar. All right, so we have an update on the tornado warning. Let me do that first. So the National Weather Service has updated the tornado warning. The thunderstorm capable of producing the tornado is pretty much right over Green Pond. So I've got this. You can see where my cursor is right here. You can see that little bit of rotation. The red is away from the radar. There's the radar site over here. The red is away from the radar. The green is toward the radar. And so right over Green Pond here, moving north at 40 miles per hour. Looking at correlation coefficient, it looks like there was something down, guys. Looks like there was briefly something down. There is a small lowering of the correlation coefficient, and it certainly seems like that this was briefly down and has since lifted. But again, if that doesn't illustrate what we've been saying all night about this stuff, I don't know what does. That these things will spin up and spin down very quickly. And James, what is that?
That's Walterboro area on I-95.
Okay, there you go. So that makes sense. I mean, you have a lot of rain now moving in there. You have rain rates, and keep in mind that we're talking the tornado threat, but the rain threat is going to be just as extensive and is going to affect a lot more people. We have radar estimates of 3.5 inches of rain in an hour's time, and that seems to comport well with reality. So again, flood advisories are out for much of this area in southeast South Carolina. They've not yet extended into the Charleston metro area, but I suspect it is only a matter of time. So again, we're going to keep an eye on this as we go. But again, right now, the main concern is over Green Pond. And again, owing to the things that we've been discussing, it's gone. The circulation is really not is certainly not as well defined now.
Jared,
yeah,
I was looking at this. You were flipping this through, and I had the lightning. There was a big pulse of lightning as that CC drop moved through, and the lightning has since deteriorated. But that's something we always look for with these things is when these storms start to produce a little bit more lightning, that kind of triggers our eye a little bit to see possibility there. But I did see a little bit of uptick in the lightning as that little CC drop traveled through. So
yeah, and that would make sense. Again, again, if we're thinking about this, that makes a lot of sense. That is, research has proven that you typically will see a small uptick in lightning just before tornado genesis. CC drop wasn't the biggest issue that we've seen as far as debris signatures, but certainly was there. Certainly seems like there was something down for at least a few minutes. Probably had some trees, may have had some trees in there. Yeah, you can see it on the reflectivity there. You see that hook, and this is just before it crossed 17. It lifted just after it got across 17. Don't really see as good of a signature now. Let me move up in the radar. Let me move up the steps in a little bit. Yeah, I really don't see as much here now with the potential for a tornado from that particular cell. But again, this can change at a moment's notice, and we need to keep an eye on it.
And Jared, I think you were saying this is kind of a rural part of the county, right? There's not much out in this area.
Yeah, this is again, you're in the ACE basin. It's a wildlife refuge area. There's not a lot of buildings. There's people here. Don't misunderstand. There are people here, and we need to make sure that they stay safe. But yeah, generally, just a series of small towns as you go between Charleston and Beaufort.
Yeah, I guess what I was kind of referring to is I don't know if we'll get any damage reports, I guess, from how small that little CC drop was.
Very likely not. Yeah, and again, we're not even sure of what that CC drop was. It is very probable that it was maybe a small amount of debris. But we may never know, unless they decide to send a survey team down there, which depending on how tonight goes, we'll see where the Weather Service puts its resources.
We do have a DOT camera now. This is I-95 just south of Waltersboro. I think it's going to be on just the tail end of that polygon. And I've been watching, there's a car on the side of the road, which I don't know why they're on the side of the road.
Oh boy.
But it's not where I would want to be. I understand visibility is bad. Hopefully at this hour, folks are just getting the memo just to not even go out there in the first place, because other cars are going to have a hard time seeing you stopped on the side of the road. Yeah,
no doubt. And again, they're getting into the worst of the rain right now. I have my cursor probably right where that webcam is, where that traffic.
I think you're right. I think it's right in there someplace.
Yeah,
and it's one of the new HD ones. So thank you, DOT.
Thank you, DOT. And you can see here. I mean, that is quite a downpour, and it's only going to get worse from there. Again, the rain rates are excessive with these thunderstorms as they move through. Let's go back to velocity real quick. I just want to check on our Green Pond storm. Maybe something else trying to kind of a broad rotation here, trying to spin up on the very edge of this polygon. We'll keep an eye on that. There's also looks like another area of potentially a water spout that is we're going to need to keep an eye on this one. There's a special marine warning out in this area just in general, but this may be a small water spout popping up, and we're going to need to keep an eye on this because this could head towards Edisto Beach. So certainly something that we're going to want to watch there. Using our rotation products again, it really lights up very nicely, actually, on the rotation product south of Edisto Beach. So Edisto, I'll say, if you're on Edisto Beach tonight, Edisto Island, this is something that you're going to want to keep an eye on. We'll see if this rotation persists to get inland, but certainly something that we're going to want to watch as this main band of rain heads north and east, starting to get into more populated areas. It's moving through Walterboro right now. It's going to be getting into the western part of the Charleston Tri-County area here in not too long. I mean, pretty soon. And then before you know it, we're going to have it in places like St. George. We're going to have it in places like Somerville, Ravenel, Hollywood, West Ashley, and then getting into downtown Charleston. And that is where we're going to be most concerned about flooding, as rainfall rates, easily 1 to 2 inches an hour, if not higher.
Speaking of that rain, here's a look again at that DOT camera, Interstate 95, mile marker 52, just south of Waltersboro. You can see the visibility problem at this hour caused by the wind and the rain. That's the one upside to the fact that this is coming through at night. Most people are at home, but the
those
downside,
people
of course,
are driving in. Those people are driving into a tornado warning.
Yep. You talked about there's not a lot of places for you to pull off out here. And we would normally say, give these people a call and tell them to get off earlier, seek shelter someplace else. I mean, I was about to say, I'm hoping there are going to be less people on the roads now than will be tomorrow when this is, moving into North Carolina. But, the downside is at night, the visibility obviously is a bigger problem if you are out there. I mean, not that you ever can really see a tornado in the Carolinas anyway, because it's rain wrapped, but throw in wind and night.
That rain is coming at a steeper than 45-degree angle. I mean, that is darn near horizontal rain.
Wow. I think the camera's moving. Assuming the car is not moving, that was on the side of the road, the camera's being blown.
Yeah, and
can you give us a wind radar estimate?
Let me go to, and again, keep in mind that we're not going to have, the radar estimates are going to be a couple thousand feet up here. So, and we're also getting to a point where the winds are kind of running parallel to the radar beam. And so when that happens, the Doppler effect, the way it works is that it measures, directions toward and directions away. You run into some interpretation issues when it starts getting parallel. You have to, there are tools that can help us figure that out. But let's see if there are any mesonet stations in the area. There's a mesonet station, Walterboro, east at 6, gust to 11. That was at
this camera might even be closer to that Hendersonville area. We're somewhere in between. I think it's going to be right in there.
Yeah, no, I agree. And again, Hendersonville.
I don't know what we're looking at on the camera, but just what we're getting is enough for me to understand.
I would be. Regardless of what's happening here, I would certainly guess 30 to 40 mile an hour winds is certainly a possibility, especially in higher gusts. I'm looking at another source of radar here real quick, just to see if I can get a cleaner look, but it doesn't seem to be the case. But knowing what we know about the environment, knowing what we know about the upper level winds, the wind configuration with the remnants of Elsa.
I'm playing detective still. I think that car that's disabled on the side of the road with the flashers on are still there, but look how hard it is to see now. I mean, not that we could see it clearly at night before, but
I mean,
harder.
We're getting into some really high reflectivity, and there's a lot of drops here. Tropical systems, typically, tropical systems are going to have a big density of very small drops, and that is certainly what we're seeing here right now, coming into Walterboro.
Thankfully, I mean, I've been scrolling through social media and nothing coming through the weather NWS chat. There's really no damage or anything. So we can be thankful of that there's no damage reports coming from these storms.
So far, so good. I mean, we did have that one in Sea Pines that was very concerning. And I'm sure when we wake up tomorrow that we're going to find some things that we're not accounting for right now, just because of maybe how hard it's raining. It's dark. Certainly, some things there that we're still going to watch out for. But right now, and again, we're kind of what we're doing here, folks, is that we're watching a tornado warning in Beaufort and Colleton counties. The main threat area has moved into Colleton County, but the Weather Service, I think, they're kind of painting with a broad brush tonight, because again, with tropical tornadoes, they can spin up and spin down very quickly, and so it would not shock me if they were keeping if they were keeping a broad brush out there. One place that I am actually really concerned about right now is just south of Edisto Beach. This is really starting to wrap up here. And if you're on Edisto Island right now, this is when you want to take that Botany Bay cam, James, because this is headed right towards Botany Bay. So let's get that cam and let's keep an eye on that one, because this area of rotation here, south of Edisto Island, this looks like it's gonna run right up Highway 174. If this holds on, and again, then that's always a question. If it holds on, again, transient rotations up and down, but we'll want to get a look at that, because
I don't want to disappoint you.
Yeah.
Not a lot of light references to go off of on this camera.
No, certainly not. So I mean, and that's to be expected from a wildlife preserve, where you're trying not to have light get in the way of things. So,
but I'll leave it up for lightning and other.
Yeah, keep it up for lightning, and we'll see what happens. And we may want to pull the and we may also want to pull the station data from the real-time station data from there as well.
I still have that. That's up on my screen still, because I'm screen sharing from our good friends at WeatherStem. Love these guys. Yeah. 80 degrees. Winds right now 17 with gusts up to 32.
That sounds about right.
Lightning 2 miles away. You can see we're getting real-time winds. Look at this. Look at how fast this data's coming in.
WeatherStem stuff is pretty cool.
Yeah, this is remarkable. It'll be very interesting to see what these winds climb up to.
Yeah, so we're going to keep an eye on the station as it goes. And again, I'm also continuing to watch this rotation that is going to be approaching there. So we're going to get so this rotation is probably going to get very close to that station, if not go directly above it. I
want to let folks know that you're continuing to watch severe weather coverage from the Carolina Weather Group, streaming for free on the Carolina Weather Net. You can find it anytime by searching Carolina Weather Group on YouTube. When we're not in severe weather mode, you'll find programming dedicated to all things weather here in the Carolinas. It's free. No cable or satellite subscription is required. Taking a look at I-95 again. This is a tornado warning for Beaufort and Colleton counties in South Carolina. Goes to the top of the hour, if I'm not mistaken. And we're kind of trying to put our eyes on it, because we've got some great radar data, but sometimes seeing is believing. And watching a WeatherStem station here, still gusts 28, 30 miles an hour or so. We'll continue to watch that. And there are more people on the roads for 1 a.m. on a weeknight during a tropical storm than I would have anticipated.
Well, I mean, and maybe some of that is just our messaging. Our messaging has been, we have an overnight severe weather threat, and it certainly seems to be materializing right now. And so we want to thank you all for trusting us, bringing us into your smartphones, into your homes, as we continue to watch this. We just got a new tweet from the Weather Service here. Possible tornado damage on Port Royal. I'm
getting ready to share this with you guys.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
Lightning strike there. You know how I say we don't have any visibility on this camera? Well, when we do have visibility when lightning strikes.
And that's going to be a big expansive area too. That's going to be a really good shot.
Here's got the
wow
possible tornado damage here in Port Royal.
Yeah, and this was that debris signature as well. That we're certainly that we were talking about earlier.
I'm not familiar with Port Royal. Can you guys give me bearings? I know we've had a couple other storm reports come in. Where are they?
Port Royal. I'll pan my map over. It's just south of Beaufort. So it's so here's Paris Avenue. So yeah, it basically let me see if I can get that far back with the data. No, I'm not getting much. That's interesting. That's an interesting drop. I don't know if that's an artifact or if that's actually CC drop, but generally in this area right here around Port Royal.
This is different than the tree branch in the bedroom from earlier, though.
Correct. That was
Hilton Head, right?
That was Hilton Head.
Hilton Head.
Yeah. So this is Port Royal. So confusingly, there is a place called Port Royal on Hilton Head. So
maybe that's where my brain is trying to go.
Yeah, it's all confusing down here. But generally in this area, Port Royal, right here, I've got a marker on it so you can see kind of what we're referencing. And it certainly looks like that we had a very serious storm come through there this evening.
Yes, Rachel in chat as well, between Paris Island and City of Beaufort. So thank you very much. I appreciate when the viewers try to give me a helping hand too. And that's the other thing is, I'm in Charlotte and I know kind of the broad strokes, but I assume people watching may not know where all these cities are either too. So if you have questions along the way, we'll try to answer those.
Warning expired.
So don't need that graphic then.
All right, so that's good news. We're going to go ahead and all right. So let me remove the marker here. Let's get the radar data back up and get it back to the current time period. So this tornado warning is allowed to expire. That is very good news. And we have all right. So storm report from an emergency manager: multiple trees down, trees on houses, power lines down, and power outages. Damage extended across the river into Burton. Possible tornado. So yeah. So this is near South Carolina 170. That it's a route that basically cuts through Beaufort County. It's kind of a side route, parallels I-95 for the most part. It's very So here's Port Royal. Here's Burton. Let me switch. I'm going to switch sources here. Give me just a second. I'm going to do a real screen share. So. I'm gonna do a real screen share here with radar scope. If you guys want to pull that in, so this is where your tornado happened. This was right in this area here. The path of the possible tornado crossed the river as a water spout, got into Burton, and see this is just outside of the Beaufort metro area. I mean, this is the last town that you see before you get into Beaufort on South Carolina 170. So. Certainly and we'll zoom in a little bit more and you can see some of the streets there. So certainly something that we're going to want to, that we'll be hearing more about here as time goes on to figure out exactly what's what with that, because this is not, that certainly is not good. And it was certainly the thing that we were concerned about tonight.
Want to read this message from Justin, who's watching on Facebook. On a boat in Shelter Cove, Hilton Head Island, was pretty sporty for a bit, but things have calmed. Marina appears undamaged. So thank you for that report, Justin, and for watching with us tonight.
That's good news.
Justin, you must have good sea legs, because if I was in that, I'd probably be seasick right now.
Sporty is putting it nicely.
I'm getting queasy just thinking about it. So Shelter Cove. So Shelter Cove is a little bit inland. It's on the sound that kind of cuts through the middle of Hilton Head. So there may have been a little sheltering there, but that's a really good report. And I'm glad to hear that the folks there came through it. And the good news is that the worst is now north of you. So once this
tornado warning for Charleston County, South Carolina.
Okay, this is the
Edisto.
Yep, this is the one I was talking about just now. So this is the Edisto Beach one, and let me. Yep. So
Jared,
we have.
Do you need me to talk for a second so you could do CHSWX?
Well, I'm gonna multi-pilot this bad boy. We have the radar behind me here, and you can see. And you can. I can't turn the right way. I guess I'm all turned around, but there it is right there. We're gonna wait for this tornado warning to come up on the screen. But yeah, that area rotation, that's the one we just called out here a few minutes ago, and this is going to be well south of the Charleston metro area. I think that's the most important thing. But right now, the circulation is over Highway 174. This is moving north at 50 miles an hour. So you don't have a lot of time. If you're in this polygon, you don't have a lot of time. It's Edisto Island. Hollywood, Ravenel, Megat, you're under a tornado warning now for this circulation that is moving north at 50 miles an hour. And James, I'm now going to take you up on that offer of talking.
Thank you very much, Jared Smith, the man behind CHSWX. For all of you watching on maybe the Charleston Weather Facebook page, hello to you. You're watching severe weather coverage of Tropical Storm Elsa from the Carolina Weather Group, which we're happy to have Jared on board. So yeah, let's talk a little bit more about this new tornado warning, the third of the night from Elsa in the Carolinas. This goes now until 1:30 a.m. for Charleston County. Not the downtown, but the county. This is associated with a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Edisto Island right now, moving north at 50 miles an hour. The locations include Johns Island, Hollywood, Ravenel, Edisto Island, Adams Run, and Bears Bluff. If you're in any of those areas or you're in this red polygon that is on Jared's screen, you want to head to the lowest level of a sturdy structure with many walls between you and the outside world as possible. And at this hour of the night, if you know anybody that's inside that polygon, give them a call and wake them up.
Bryce Shelton reporting lights are out in Edisto Beach. So from strong winds that just moved through. So possibly some power outages as this tornadic storm moves ashore there in Edisto Island.
Here's a live look from a camera that is not too far away from our friends at Weather STEM. And they're also reporting to us right now wind gusts up to 36 miles an hour. Jared, this is moving into your neck of the woods that you're most familiar with.
Yep, absolutely.
What is the Edisto Island? That's a pin on the map. That's a popular vacation destination during this 4th of July week. Mm-hmm. What are we looking at between Edisto Island and Hollywood? What's the population density in there?
You're getting into rural parts of Charleston County. This is Western Charleston County. This is a lot of you're going to have agriculture. You're going to have you do have people. I mean, you have plenty of people here too. And as Charleston has grown, you have actually had some growth to the west. This is now an observed tornado. We have a tornado on the ground.
Yeah, there's a CC drop, big CC drop.
All right, yeah, there's a tornado on the ground right now in Edisto.
Okay, so again, folks, you want to be in the lowest level of a sturdy structure, as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. As you head there, if you can grab your shoes and a helmet and a pillow as quickly as you can, that would be ideal, because when you come back out from your sturdy shelter place, you're not sure what you're going to encounter. We're already seeing reports of trees down across the broad area from Elsa, and I have every reason to believe that this tornado warning would be capable of the very same. Explain the CC drop to our viewers, please, Jared.
Scotty, I'm going to let you do that.
Yeah. So what's going on is this is dual pole radar, and with this radar, it's able to detect. It slices it horizontal and vertical, and so what it's basically doing is picking up on anything that is lofted into the air that is not a raindrop or a snowflake. So this is actually picking up debris. This could be tree limbs, it could be shingles from a home, it could be any type of debris. And when we see these CC drops that we have on our radar screen there, that just is an indication that there's debris being lofted in the air. And so when we say CC drop, that is what we're talking about. And the National Weather Service will see these CC drops inside these tornado warnings, and they'll use that as an observed or observed tornado just because of the CC drop on the radar. So the radar is actually helping determine that there is the tornado here on the ground by showing the debris that is being lofted into the air. So when we see CC drops, correlation coefficient drops, that's when we see that there's debris being lifted into the air.
Yep, guys, I'm getting my query tool up here real quick, and we're gonna ping on some roads here. What we're gonna do is, we have a very small circulation, but it certainly appears to be producing a tornado about ready to cross Highway 174 here. So I'm gonna query on some roads. So again, this is moving north at 50, so this is very likely already crossed Highway 174, truth be told. But right now, as of the latest scan, Steamboat Landing Road, if I can get it to query, please let me query. I'm not doing this right. Okay, something is awry at the moment here with this. Oh, I'm using the wrong software. All right. So Steamboat Landing Road, the circulation is about over as of this radar indication is about over Steamboat Landing Road. This is now heading northward. This is going to head, and I can't get my query tool to work, so we're just going to abort that. White Point Road. This is going to head north towards, oh, come on, where was it? Where was it? I had it. Ethel Post Office Road, and this is going to get into the town of Hollywood and Ravenel. So again, I'm going to put a storm track on this. Let me rework that storm motion here. Well, that should hopefully, that'll also reconfigure the...
Jared, I got some roads up if you want me to jump in while you're doing that.
Yeah, go for that.
Jenkins Hill Road would be location. Steamboat Landing Road. You've got Blue House Lane, as well as just trying to get some of these roads. Bears Bluff Road, all in this location. So if you live in this corridor, and if I've mentioned any roads that sound familiar to you, you need to be in that shelter now. So again, Jenkins Hill Road, Jenkins Garden Road, Chapel Garden Road, Oak Island Road. We have Little Britain Road. Trying to get some more roads to populate here. Park Road, Park Island Road. So if you're living in any of these areas that I'm calling out road wise, you need to be in your shelter now as we continue to see this CC drop, this tornado confirmed or observed. I can't remember what the word was, if it's confirmed or observed. Observed tornado is on the ground. So please be in shelter right now.
Yeah, we need everybody to take
getting this. Questions. Charleston, if you're in the city of Charleston, you're fine. This is south.
City of Charleston is fine. This is south and west, and this is going to stay. Now, keep in mind that we're getting close. Now, don't misunderstand. We're getting very close here. This is very close to the West Ashley, starting to get in there. And again, we're gonna see this weather begin to deteriorate over the next couple hours. As the main band starts to get closer and closer into the metro area. So again, right now the main concern is for a tornado on the ground north of Edisto Island now. Looks to be crossing, I think it's crossing a body of water right now, but I mean, again, we say right now, we're looking at radar images for days for maybe days ago.
What feels like days.
What feels like days, right?
They're minutes ago, right? Radar is a snapshot of minutes ago. It's not live.
These are moving north very quickly. So again, if you're in Meggett, Hollywood, Ravenel, if you're very near, I'll give you some more roads here. Highway 162, Highway 165, you've got to be in shelter. If your phone pinged for this, you need to be in shelter. There's just no doubt about it. Interior room, lowest floor, away from windows and doors. Also, there are a lot of mobile homes in this area. And so if you're in a mobile home, you need to abandon that mobile home and you need to find sturdy shelter. I hope you figured this out earlier today, but if not, find a sturdy shelter, find a ditch.
The mobile home at this point would probably be better than getting in your car and trying to outrun it. So when we say abandon, don't flee. But if you've got a place that's identified, like if there's a sturdy structure in your neighborhood that you can get to quickly, that's where you want to go.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the,
to hamper this, there's now a flood advisory also for Charleston County. So you've got flooding, and now a tornado on the ground. So lots going on, at least in the southern portion of the county.
Yeah, and again, that's to be expected. This is a tropical cyclone. I mean, this is exactly how this works, and this is exactly what's going on here. So again, let's get back to the radar here. It is 1:09 a.m. I'm Jared Smith with James Brierton and Scotty Powell. We're on the Carolina Weather Net and the properties of the Carolina Weather Group. And if you're watching us anywhere from the Charleston Weather Facebook page, for example, or you're following us on Twitter, welcome. Thank you for trusting us and being with us. We are continuing to watch the potential for a tornado approaching now Hollywood and Ravenel in western Charleston County. If there's one bit of good news, is that the debris signature has lifted. We have a report of large trees blocking Highway 174 at Steamboat Landing, Edisto Island. So this is possible tornado damage. I'm going to tag
Again,
the
that's
weather.
one of those things that's lagging, so it's not happening right now.
Yeah, this has been reported, and so again, the good news, if there's one bit of good news here, is that the debris signature is currently not showing up. That does not mean it won't come back. So we need everybody, who is, if you are anywhere in this warning polygon here, this red warning polygon, we still have a pretty strong area of rotation here, with a little data drop in it too. And this is heading very close. This is going to head to Highway 162 between Highway 174 and Highway 165. It's going to basically split the uprights there. So if you're anywhere on 162 between 174 and 165, interior room, lowest floor now. You don't have time. This is moving north at 50 miles an hour. Seeing a little data drop out on the radar, which indicates that the rotation could be re-strengthening. Now, separately, before we get too far into this, we also need people on Seabrook Island to be paying very close attention to a very strong area of rotation about 5-10 miles south of the island. This is moving north at a very similar rate of speed, and if this holds up, we may have a tornado warning need to come out for Seabrook Island. So if you're on Seabrook Island, you need to be watching the weather right now very, very closely, as we have another area of very strong rotation.
Jared, if you scroll out of that, there's even more sign of strong rotation.
Right.
That would line it up with Folly and potentially Charleston. So
right, exactly. And so, so we are, in the Charleston metro area, we are beginning to see, we're getting into the worst of it right now. The main rain band is now stretching from Barnwell through western Charleston County south towards the Atlantic coastal waters. So again, we have a dangerous situation approaching Ravenel and Hollywood right now. It's moving north at 50 miles an hour, and I hesitate to tweet any radars, because at this point, this is minutes old. We have photos now of the large tree that's down. If we want to pull those up.
Okay.
So
I'll look to Scotty for that assistance. Yeah, yep. I can show you this weather stem camera. This is, I think, in that West Ashley area, more or less. It's to the west of downtown. It's labeled as Charleston, still in Charleston County.
Yes,
we're getting to see more rain and lightning moving in.
This is the ETV camera?
Yes.
Yes, okay, good. So so that's the ETV camera. That's going to be the next one that we're going to want to watch. That is that camera is situated right near Sam Rittenberg Boulevard and Ashley River Road, right in that little area, just outside of 526. So that's going to give us a good look at it as it moves into the western areas, the western part of the city of Charleston proper, this is going to be a concern for you over the next 30 to 60 minutes.
We have that photo now you were asking for.
Yeah, and there's your down tree right there, guys. If you can take this for a second.
Yeah, Scotty, what are we looking at here from Bryce?
Yeah, so this is going to be that large tree that's down off Steamboat Landing, which we mentioned that road in particular just a little bit ago off Edisto Island. This was as that rotation was coming on shore. It was really strong where we saw the CC drop. That is where.
Yeah, so I think that, is continuing to drive home the point that, reports of damage come in behind the real-time warnings, but we're continuing to get verification as quickly as we possibly can from these previous tornado warnings that these storms are in fact doing on the ground what we think they're doing. So we may not know for another 30 or 45 minutes, Jared, what is happening right now near Ravenel or Hollywood. But based on our trends, everything seems to be verifying.
Mm-hmm.
I think we lost Scotty, by the way.
Yeah, I think we did too. That's fine. We'll get him back.
Yeah. Let's take a look at that ETV camera. This is on the west side of downtown in Charleston County, West Ashley, more or less. And
this is
the clouds streaming.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And again, I want to quickly update everybody that the rotation continues to be persistent. It is very close now to Highway 162. The Weather Service is still calling it a confirmed tornado. We don't see the debris signature anymore, but we need to act as if this is a confirmed tornado. It's over Meggett, moving north at 45. So this is going to bring it into Ravenel and Hollywood within the next 5 to 10 minutes on the western outskirts of Ravenel and Hollywood. This is going to cross 17 here in the next few minutes, and this is going to head north. Again, where we saw that area of rotation earlier, looks like this is going to maybe repeat on you. You get very, very close towards, it's going to be just to the west of 165, very close there. Now, we were also watching some rotation around Seabrook Island earlier that had been spun up. That has spun down, but there's nothing. But Seabrook and Kiowa, I would be on guard because you have another cell that's coming that's had a history of producing strong rotation, and it would not shock me. It would not shock me to see this begin to come ashore here again in the Charleston metro area. We are now looking at the worst of the weather. And so we are watching this as we go over the next hour. It's gonna get hairy. I'm not gonna sugarcoat this, unfortunately. And again, we're gonna put this into motion here. We can watch this main rain band move up. Now moving into Walterboro. This is getting into the western part of the Tri-County now. This is the worst of this is getting into Ravenel. The good news is that once this band passes through, your weather is going to get better. It's not going to be as bad. This is certainly the main feeder band that we're most concerned about. However, I am watching, there are some, somewhat suspicious storm structures still moving in around Hilton Head that we'll need to keep an eye on too. But again, we have this in motion right now. The main concern is going to be Hollywood and Ravenel for the next 5 to 10 minutes. So we want everybody to, be on guard there, but we also need everybody in the Charleston metro right now. If you're watching us right now, on the Carolina WeatherNet, Charleston Weather Facebook page, wherever you're watching us, thank you. And we need you to, we need y'all to be, getting ready to, take action to protect yourself. If tornado warning comes out, you want to be in an interior room on the lowest floor. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Be in a site-built structure. If you are in a mobile home and you're still in Charleston or Somerville, Ladson, Goose Creek, and those areas, and you have time to find sturdy site-built structure, I would go there. If you know somebody, give them a call. Be like, hey, let me hang out here for a couple hours. You're only going to need to be there for a couple hours. It's not going to be a long time. But I would encourage people in that situation to abandon those mobile homes, and so as soon as we can. Because we don't want anybody caught in one of these things, because
we don't want this to happen. We have new video in. This is going back down to Port Royal. This is from Chris Jackson. But again, down trees, down power. Actually, that might be a tree and a transformer. There might be something underneath that.
That's a power line. That's a power line.
That's a
transformer, right? Yeah, that's a transformer. Yeah,
that does look like that. Yeah. So this is what we're worried about. This was earlier, right? But this is what we're worried about with each one of these tornado warnings now occurring in South Carolina is exactly what Chris is showing here. And I do like that he's tagged the National Weather Service to kind of give them a heads up. That's what they need. They need that ground truth so they can continue to relay things. And then you can see some of the first responders trying to get out there to assist. Our hats are off to them tonight. Absolutely. As they're trying to work their way through all of this, Jared. Yeah, absolutely right. And again, we're going to need, and we'll need those reports when it's safe. We don't want you sitting out there giving us reports with this stuff going on. And you can see the lightning from the WeatherStem camera in West Ashley. You can hear it here. I am in West Ashley. I'm about 3 miles as the crow flies from this camera here. And I hear it. It's going to get really rough for me pretty soon. But still watching this rotation crossing Highway 162 right now. So I want to get back to our tornado warning real quick. I got a street level view here. Rotation crossing Highway 162, about to cross 17, just to the west of Highway 165 in Ravenel. So again, right now, the call to action for Ravenel, Hollywood, and Meggett is to stay in your safe place.
The tornadic circulation moving north very quickly, about 45 miles an hour, according to the last update from the Weather Service. And we're just going to track this guy all the way up. The storm relative velocity is not looking maybe as impressive as it was a few minutes ago. Normalized rotation is, it's not anything earth shattering. This is a product that lets us kind of carve out where the wind shear is and lets us plot that on the map. And you can see the strongest normalized rotation right now sits roughly around, as of the radar scan. And again, radar scans are a few minutes old. This is very likely crossing 17 right now. North of 17, this is going to be getting into places like, and we don't have a lot of markers for these. We have the roads, but the data sets are incomplete and don't give us a lot of information. But anyway, right along Highway 165, heading into southern Dorchester County at this point, if you're anywhere along or west of Highway 165, you're going to want to be in a safe place here for the next 5 to 10 minutes. We can reasonably say that, that Edisto, you're in the clear at this point. I think, at least for now, we don't have any immediate severe weather concerns.
We do have a new storm report that's in from Edisto. And again, this is for 102, right? So it's 121 now. So 20 minutes ago is when this is estimated to have occurred. Weather Service has just verified it at Edisto Island. Large trees down, blocking Highway 174 at Steamboat Landing Road, likely a tornado using that radar signature that you've been talking about. Yeah, exactly. And so, so again, I'm pulling in some data here. What we're going to do is I'm keeping a close eye on the rotation, but also the correlation coefficient to see if this debris signature reemerges. The good news is that it has not. But again, that's not a guarantee that nothing has happened. We can still get some straight line wind damage that doesn't cause that. But right now, it looks like the worst of this is moving north of 17. This is paralleling Highway 165. If this continues, let me get the latest storm motion vector here, and then I'll put a storm track on it. But this is going to cross 17A between Cottageville and Somerville in about the next 15 or 20 minutes, and then this is designs on Ridgeville in about 30. Now, again, there remains a question on how significant the tornado threat is inland. We're not really sure of that yet. We know that from 17 to the coast, that there's good moisture, that there's good, that we have a good set of of shear in the right front quadrant. And you know what? I think this is handing off. This is starting to re-intensify here. We have the bounded weak ecoregion showing up again, and it looks like that we are seeing this circulation re-intensify now north of 17. Looks like it is within a minute or so of the Dorchester County line, and so towns that are going to be in the way of this thing, let's talk about that. We don't have the Weather Service has obviously got to make some warning decisions on what to do about pushing this further northward. But Delamar Crossroads, Gettysville, again, Clubhouse Crossroad, you missed out on the first one, you may not miss out on the second one. And so we'll see what the Weather Service does with the warning here. Again, we're getting towards the end of the polygon. We're getting towards the end of the warning. The warning expires at 1:30. So we'll see what happens with this, but I would not be surprised to see them extend this warning northward. Now, go ahead. I was going to show power outages.
Yep. Let's go for it.
Yeah, Dominion Energy is reporting some power outages now in this area of South Carolina between Charleston and the border there with Georgia. That number is now totaling 11,000 outages, affecting 774,000 customers. That's a lot of customers without power right now.
No doubt, and again. And again, this is going to be a dangerous situation for the next hour. I mean, this is certainly we had been concerned about the nocturnal tornado threat, and unfortunately, it is delivering on this. String. I'm just putting out a note right now on my Twitter account, noting this rotation strengthening as it goes back into southern Dorchester County.
Yeah, we want to welcome in all of your viewers, Jared, on the Charleston Weather Twitter and Facebook, continuing to watch severe weather coverage of Tropical Storm Elsa right here from the Carolina Weather Group, streaming from the Carolina Weather Net. That's our nonstop weather feed that is available throughout the day for free. No cable or satellite subscription is necessary. And I can see people in chat who are joining us tonight because they may not be able to find this on cable tonight. Of course, we do encourage you, if your local broadcasters are on the air, we are very grateful to have Jared and his very intimate knowledge of this area. But we never shun against our local broadcasters who know these streets as well too. So we hope your local broadcasters are on the air with us tonight. And if you are joining us here on YouTube or Facebook, maybe from your safe place on your mobile device or on your TV, if you got the YouTube app pulled up, we are grateful that you are here trusting us with this information as we're continuing to follow this nocturnal tornado outbreak, Jared.
Yep, absolutely. And again, I'm going in and I'm answering a couple questions here. We've gotten some questions. We've gotten some questions asking, is there a tornado near College of Charleston? Right now, no. There is no tornado near the College of Charleston. However, I'm very concerned that that we are going to.
Right, because right now this warning for Charleston is for Charleston County. It's not for downtown.
Right, it's for Western Charleston County. And again, we're about ready to leave the warning. It's about to. Yeah, but again, it's something that we need, folks. Let me. I'm just getting some stuff out here. But yeah, we're having a couple of areas that we're still watching. Number one, this area that's north of Ravenel now, and Ravenel and Hollywood. I think you're probably pretty good, especially in Hollywood. If you're south of 17, you're good right now. If you call yourself in Ravenel, you're south of 17, I think you're all right. The warning has expired. So the Weather Service has expired the tornado warning. Yeah. So the tornado warning has been allowed to expire. So that's good news. We'll see if they continue it further inland. It does not appear, if they let this go, it's very probable that that there's less of a concern. Although that's still a pretty good looking signature on reflectivity. You have that little S shape there. So certainly we're going to keep an eye on that area. Two other areas that we're watching right now, one kind of area of broad rotation around Kiowa and Seabrook. There's no warning on this net yet. A more pressing area, though, a more pressing concern is south of Kiowa. Looks like it would split the difference between Kiowa and Folly Beach if this holds up, but that's a very strong area of rotation moving north. And this is this would go into the mouth of the Stono, it looks like, around Johns Island if this did continue to hold up. So those are two areas that we're going to watch very closely over the next little bit. I'm going to need folks to just hang in there for a little while, as we've got a rough and tumble couple hours coming up. We are starting to see the core of this rain band begin to move into. It's now running parallel to 26. It's moving into the Charleston metro area. So we're going to start to see some very heavy rain rates for Somerville. We're going to start to see some very heavy rain rates eventually move into downtown Charleston. And so, again, we're going to have these rain rates start to kick up, and there's a flood advisory already out for downtown Charleston. Weather Service is not playing with this. They've already issued a flood advisory for downtown Charleston. We are at low tide, but that doesn't matter. The rain rates in this are 2 to 3 inches an hour. And so we're just going to need folks to understand that there's going to be flooding in downtown Charleston, and that right between now and maybe 4 o'clock, I would not travel in the Charleston metro area. I would limit it as much as you can.
Jared, as we wait to see what shoe may fall next, a closer look at some of these power outages right now, because I think there's some question on whether or not this number up here is number of customers affected or total number. I do want to show these kind of county by county breakdowns that they do make available to us. So Charleston County right now, 206,000 customers. I'm still not clear. Do you know, Jared, looking at this website, is this total number of customers, or these are the people who are affected by these outages?
Those are the affected outages. Those are those are the customer. Yeah, those are the customers that are affected. Those are the customers that are affected by the outages. So as you can see, we have pretty widespread power outages.
Well, maybe not, actually. I'm learning this in real time with you all, because here's a county with no outages and it says 27. That must be the total number of customers. I'm answering my own question. But
this is
either way, we can see the point is we have power outages. So if as these bands continue to march north, if it hasn't gotten to you yet, charge your phone, charge your flashlights, but also don't rely exclusively on your phone for warnings during the overnight hours, because it might die if it's running on battery.
Brian Hawkins, watching on our YouTube, reporting a tree down on Mitchell Road in the Ravenel area.
Okay, that pairs nicely with that. Let's get that. Scotty, do you mind getting that report into Weather Service chat? And again, we're relaying your reports to the National Weather Service in real time. This is super helpful for the warning operations, so we want to make sure that everybody knows that we're looking into this very closely as well.
I'm James Brierton in Charlotte, North Carolina. That is Jared Smith in Charleston. He's the other way, is Scotty Powell in the foothills of western North Carolina. And this is live coverage of Tropical Storm Elsa from the Carolina Weather Group, streaming on the Carolina Weather Net. Left side of your screen is a live picture on Charleston County. This is in the West Ashley area. And we're watching as this band now pushes into closer to downtown Charleston. Matter of fact, for point of comparison, we do have the wonderful cameras from the College of Charleston, and you can see now lightning affecting this camera. They do give us several vantage points. I really do appreciate these cameras, but now you can get an idea of what's occurring in downtown from the College of Charleston cameras. We're starting to see the wind pick up. We're starting to see the camera bounce around a little bit, and we'll continue to keep an eye on this camera from ETV in western Charleston as well too, because I think that's where we're going to see stuff first.
Yeah,
I guarantee you this sail off of Folly Beach, I bet you that's a massive water spout right now.
And again, I want to note with this cell that's this cell that Scotty's talking about right now. I just put a tweet out on this on the Charleston weather account, and I want people to understand, if there's going to be a tornado threat in the city of Charleston, this is one potential source of it. We don't know that for sure. There's no formal warning, but I want people in the Charleston area to be ready for this. This is on a beeline to Folly Beach. It's going to be there in about 15 minutes.
Do we have cameras at Folly anymore?
There's a surf cam.
Folly Gate, the snow cam.
Yeah, it's snowing.
I thought that went offline for a little while.
Yeah. This is going to head right towards the Johns Island airport. So you're going to want to watch the observations off of KJZI pretty closely. And this is also going to head directly towards that ETV camera. So, James, we want to keep that ETV camera in the loop as well. Okay. This is because this is headed right to that mesonet station. If the current path continues to hold, this is I'll just call out some places: Folly Beach, James Island. Right now, this is something that you need to be watching very closely, because if this rotation holds, there will be a tornado warning. And so we need to watch this very closely. There is a second circulation that we had been watching earlier around Seabrook that is starting to maybe get some gusto under it, crossing Maybank Highway on Johns Island now as well. So we're going to need people to be on guard here now in the Charleston metro area. And so I would say the greatest tornado threat is entering the Charleston metro area and will be with us for the next hour. Stay alert and be ready to move to shelter if a warning is issued. I'm sorry, I cannot do two things at once. And so I'm typing a tweet and I am talking to y'all at the same time.
Well, especially with the power outage situation right now, those people may be relying on those tweets if they have very limited connection and maybe can't pull in a video stream. Left side of your screen, camera in West Ashley, weather stem, ETV cameras. The lighting is really starting to put on a show. And we're watching these areas of rotations. No tornado warnings right now to tell you about at 1:34 in the morning. But we're watching several areas of rotation that very well could turn into something soon.
Yeah, and again, these are, again, with tropical tornadoes, I feel, I've been repeating myself all night, but I mean, that's just the nature of the beast here with these, is that tropical tornadoes, they spin up and they spin down very, very, very quickly. And so we, when these warnings come out, you got to move, you got to make that move, and you got to go now. And so that is going to be super, super important for people to be keeping an eye on this. And again, like, it is, I know that it's night, and I know that it's a very scary situation for a lot of people. And I want to make sure that everybody knows that the good news is that this is going to be short-lived. And when this round is here, it'll get better. It will get better. But right now we need everybody very much on their guard, very much ready to move to their tornado shelter. Know where that tornado shelter is. It's on the lowest floor, interior room of a site-built structure. Hallway, closet, bathroom. Bathrooms are great because the plumbing acts as kind of a roll cage. We have seen damage. We have seen extensive damage from tornadoes in Port Royal in Beaufort County from earlier. And so again, as this band moves in, the tornado threat is increasing very quickly now over the Charleston metro area. If you're in a mobile home,
there it is. Tornado warning for Charleston County.
So there it is. Yeah, this is a tornado warning this is going to be near Kiowa, moving north at 45. So we have a new tornado warning out. And again,
this camera's going to be in play.
Yeah.
It's going to include Folly Beach and Centerville.
Yep. Centerville, I don't know why it says Centerville. Ignore Centerville. That is James Island. Folly Beach, James Island. Take cover now. Tornado warning for Folly Beach and James Island.
As this approaches that area, we'll be able to possibly use the vantage point of this ETV camera, which is positioned very nicely with the urban lights in the background to help us get an eyeball on anything. But again, we're not necessarily expecting to see anything because the trend here tonight is that the wind and the rain pick up and they blind us.
Yeah,
so don't
absolutely
wait to observe something.
Yeah. And I know that the maps say Centerville. That is an old municipality that some of the data sets is not purged. Nobody calls it Centerville. And if they do, I've never met that person in 20 years living here. So nobody calls it Centerville. James Island, Folly Beach, tornado warning, get to shelter now. If you're in Avondale in West Ashley, if you're anywhere from I-526, the western terminus of I-526 to downtown Charleston, you need to be watching this very, very, very closely. Because this, as this moves out of James Island, this is going to move. This is going to approach Burns Downs. This is going to approach Avondale. This is going to approach, that historic district in West Ashley, South Windermere, many neighborhoods in that area, and so we're going to need to keep a very close eye on this. But if I just called out your neighborhood, and if you got that warning ping, just take shelter. Just do it. Even if you're not technically within the polygon, if you got that warning ping because you were somewhere, you bounced off the tower that happened to be getting the warning, take cover now. I need people to be safe with this.
Jared, how close are we to downtown?
We're getting pretty close now. So again, we're to kind of talk about what we've got going on here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take off my Apple Watch because it's absolutely driving me nuts. So we're going to take that off. And I want to thank everybody for tweeting me. But please understand that we're going to try and get back to you as quickly as we can. But understand that that the focus right now is on this live coverage, and we need everybody. And so, and so this is going to be the easiest way for us to do that. This is going to be the easiest and fastest way for us to be able to get back to you as well. And so please engage with us in the comments and everything that we will answer your questions on air.
Yeah, and I've pulled up your mentions now, Jared, too. I might be able to help.
Cool.
With some of this as you're pulling double duty. Did we just lose that ETV camera?
So we're going to have a new mesoscale discussion that could be a new tornado watch, and this would expand up into the Grand Strand, into the Wilmington, Jacksonville, North Carolina area. So we're going to watch that.
Yeah.
That's a lot of territory.
Yeah, and that makes sense. I mean, if you look at what the trends have been with this, this has been on the higher end of what we expected with this. And so we'll need, wow, that is a lot of lightning.
So happy calf, you're watching, just got a tornado warning. Is there a tornado in South Carolina area? If you got that tornado alert on your phone, you need to be in your safe place, lowest level, most center part of your home. If you got that tag, either you're on a weather app, the WEA alert, weather radio, wherever you got that alert at, you need to be in that safe place.
Yep. And guys, what I'm doing right now is what we're going to do is I'm going to do a little experiment here. They're not going to be able to see any of the maps. What I'm going to do is I'm about to go live on my Instagram page. My phone is in front of me. They're going to see me waving my hands around. They're not really going to see any maps, but what we're going to do is we're going to go live, and so we're going to simulcast this on the Charleston Weather Instagram page. And so we're gonna do this right now. So for those of you who are joining us on the Charleston Weather Instagram page, I'm Jared Smith. You're not going to be able to hear James Brierton and Scotty Powell when they're doing this, so I'm going to be kind of quiet. But we are simulcasting this on the Carolina Weather Group. We are on CarolinaWXGroup.com. We are on YouTube, Facebook. We're all over the place right now, and we have a tornado warning for Folly Beach and James Island right now. And again, for my Instagram folks, I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to show you a map. You're just going to, please just follow my voice on this. We have the tornadic circulation is just now coming ashore on the kind of the northern tip of Kiowa here, by High Dunes Lane, Eagle Point Road. We have a tornadic circulation coming ashore. Very likely had a water spout with it. This is moving ashore there now. Folly Beach this is going to be very, very just too close for comfort there. This is going to enter, it looks like this is going to enter the mouth of the Stono River, and kind of skirt along Johns Island here too. So eastern parts of Johns Island, if you're anywhere around Johns Island Executive Airport, Charleston Executive Airport on Johns Island, you should be also in shelter here, because this is where the tornado is going to track. And again, we're going to watch that station at JZI, see what kind of readings we get from it, because there is a airport there. There's an airport there, and we're going to get some good observations from that. Getting questions on, should I be in a safe shelter in downtown Charleston? Downtown Charleston is not formally under a tornado warning, but I will say this: you want to be close. The greatest risk for tornadoes right now in the Charleston is right now in the Charleston metro area. So again, looking downtown, we just got a new scan in from the radar. That circulation is crossing over onto Kiowa Island right now, entering the mouth of the Stono River. This is the normalized. I'm showing the normalized rotation product here on television. Unfortunately, for those of you who are on Instagram, I am so sorry. I'll figure this out better for next time. But we have a decent area of rotation that's right on the northern tip of Kiowa, kind of splitting the difference between Kiowa and Folly Beach. So that part is. So that part is going to be something we watch. It may very well right up the Stono, kind of thread the needle between Johns and James Islands here. So that's going to be a trend that we're going to want to watch closely. Now, I would be remiss to not note that there is also a circulation just south of West Ashley now, on the northern side of Johns Island. So I've got that up here on the radar here. You can see this. The red is the wind going away from the radar. The green is going towards, and so we have an area of rotation right over. Let me see if I can get an actual name for this. Looks like Main Road, actually. So there is a rotating thunderstorm over Main Road. This is not warned. This is about to cross River Road and is approaching Highway 17 at Main Road, where you have the Publix and you have there's a Bojangles there. We just passed the Dollar General, I think, and so we have certainly some businesses there, and this is also going to be very near the Hunt Club subdivision. This is going to be very near Grand Oaks, especially the western side of Grand Oaks. We're near Proximity Lane. this may be a situation in which I may need to take shelter because this is very close to my neck of the woods here as well. So again, no formal tornado warning on this, but I'm going to ask people in the outer part of West Ashley, outside of 526, in the Beast Ferry area, to be a moment's notice from tornado shelter and being ready to take shelter very quickly. Again, the main concern right now is what's coming ashore, coming up the mouth of the Stono and getting onto Johns Island now. Laguerreville Road, oh goodness, Hanscombe Point Road, River Road near the airport, south of Maybank. I would be in tornado shelter right now.
Jared, if you need to move to your safe place, let us know, and we'll continue to carry you on the Carolina Weather Group with Scotty and myself so that you can stay safe.
Absolutely, and I appreciate that, guys. So getting some questions about Wadmalaw, and there is no tornado threat right now for Wadmalaw. The tornado threat has actually moved east of Wadmalaw at this point, at least for the short term. You can hear that thunder, man. That thunder is doing business here. So again, the tornado threat is moving east of Wadmalaw. Is that the ETV cam there?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So this circulation is going to head right to that ETV cam. And so we're going to want to, we need to watch this camera like a hawk. And for those of you on the Instagram side, again, Jared Smith here with Charleston Weather. For those of you on the Instagram side watching on the Charleston Weather Instagram page, if you go to Carolina Weather Group on YouTube or Twitter or Facebook, we are showing right now, a webcam view that is looking right into where if this circulation holds. Now again, there's no guarantee it's going to hold well inland. If this holds,
other than they just renewed the warning.
Well, they just continued the warning, but they haven't extended it out, which is, again, the warning continues until 2 a.m. The tornado is near, the Weather Service has the tornado near Folly Beach, moving north at 45 miles an hour. So again, I'm going to put that back up on the radar here. This is about over the Johns Island Airport, Charleston Executive Airport. So if you're anywhere around the Johns Island Executive Airport, the Charleston Executive Airport on Johns Island, you should be in shelter right now. And again, this is going to approach Maybank Highway. This is going to get very near. Looks like this is going to get very near the Muni. So if you live anywhere around the municipal golf course, the Muni, as we call it here in Charleston, you need to be in tornado shelter right now. If you're anywhere near James Island County Park, if you live if you live down Central Park Avenue, Central Park Road rather, I would be in shelter. If you, let's see, we get some more. Riverland Drive, that's another one. Basically anywhere along and west of 171 of Folly Road there, we want you in shelter right now. Again, we're getting questions about West Ashley, and the advice that I have for West Ashley right now is to be a step away from tornado shelter. But we don't have an official warning out, if that makes sense. We want you to be very close. So when that thing goes off, we want you in place. And we have questions asking whether I'm safe. I am fine. The circulation that we were looking at over the north end of Johns Island seems to be dissipating somewhat as it moves into West Ashley. So it's raining hard. It is just funk nasty out there. My dog is upset, but I am fine. So let's just to give you all a general idea of what we're looking at right now. I'm going to zoom the radar out a little bit because again, we are now getting into the heart of this problem with Tropical Storm Elsa for the Charleston metro area right now. The main rain band now stretches from roughly St. George down I-26 through Somerville, Ladson into downtown Charleston, James Island, Johns Island, the rest of the Sea Islands, and is getting into Mount Pleasant here pretty soon. So it's headed down towards Folly Beach, and is continuing offshore. This band is the main band that we're very concerned about for the potential not only for tornadoes but also for flash flooding. A flood advisory is out for downtown Charleston. We do expect roads to go underwater despite the fact that we're around low tide. I think that there's no way around it. We've had rain rates 2 to 3 inches around, and we have, when we have no indication that and we have no indication that the radar is lying to us on this. So again, we want people to understand that that in this area, that we have that we've got, we just got a lot going on right now, as you can imagine. And again, we're going to get to your questions as quickly as we can. We have somebody asking in James Island if you should be in shelter. Yes, if you're on James Island, I would recommend that you stay on shelter for the next 15 minutes. Folly Beach, the Folly Beach area, I think this is starting to get north of you. Put on the storm relative velocity product here. We just got a report of a power outage off Folly Road. Have a question. Wagner Terrace in downtown Charleston. Don't need to be sheltered right now, but I would be close. Again, this is a situation where I would say I would be close. Now, and the hits just keep on coming. We now have a weak circulation that is trying to get going kind of by the jetties in the mouth of Charleston Harbor, and this is going to head north to Sullivan's Island. So if you're on Sullivan's Island, Isle of Palms, it's not an immediate shelter situation for you, but I would stay weather aware for the next 20 to 30 minutes. And again, we're going to just have to watch this. The only formal tornado warning right now is for eastern parts of Johns Island, western parts of James Island. If you're around James Island High School, you are not on the polygon. So if you're on James Island High School, living around there, Harborview, things like that, you're going to miss this one. You're going to miss this. You're going to get the rain, and you're going to get a lot of lightning, and you're going to get a lot of thunder, but you're going to miss this. This is heading north. Again, it's kind of straddling the Stono River. This is a couple minutes away from the Maybank Highway Bridge over the Stono River that connects Johns and James Islands. If you're on the Muni, the municipal golf course there, I would take shelter for the next few minutes. Folly Beach, at this point, the circulation has moved north of you, and I think that you are in a good place. We have questions on Instagram coming in about Johns Island, and again, if you are on Johns Island and if you are around the airport there on Johns Island, if you're around River Road from the airport, the circulation is over the airport right now. So the circulation is either over the airport right now or moving away very quickly right now, and the threat is moving north of there along the Stono, along River Road. There are no formal tornado warnings for downtown Charleston. Looks like right now on this path, this circulation is going to stay to the west of downtown Charleston. So that is good news. Marsh Cove off 61, not the worst idea. Again, if you would feel safer in shelter, my advice to you is just go. There's no reason not to. I think that this is a situation where we can, if you can take shelter and you have a means to do it, let's do it.
Here comes the rain on the cameras.
Yeah. So here is the camera that we're looking at on the Carolina Weather Group side, and again, we're looking at this. Right now we're taking a look at West Ashley. This is the Weather Stem camera at the ETV site in West Ashley, and you can see the lightning, you can see the wind, you can see the rain. If this circulation holds up, which the good news is it looks like the circulation is weakening. We don't see that quite that intense. We did see the winds back around a little bit, east-southeast, and the tornado warning is expiring. So the Weather Service has allowed the tornado warning to expire. So for those of you watching on Instagram, the Weather Service is allowing the tornado warning to expire. The circulation has weakened, as we were just saying here. So they're doing a really nice job of keeping us up to date on that at Charleston. And I know they're very busy people. They're very good people working hard to keep us safe tonight in a very precarious situation. I just had a power hit. So
did the ETV camera, which Brian's asking about, by the way.
Yeah. So this is at Ashley River Elementary. And we are, and so again, it's very possible that, I just took a little power hit here. Looks like I'm still on. So that's good news. And for our Instagram folks, I'm still on and doing fine. So have some questions coming in. Is bathroom on bottom floor enough? Yes, you're good. If you're in the bathroom on the bottom floor, you're good, but you don't need to be there right now. I guess that's the most important thing that I can tell people right now is that there are no active tornado warnings now in the Charleston metro area. We are watching areas of rotation that are very near Grand Oaks, weak areas of rotation. The only area that I'm really concerned about right now is near the jetties south of Sullivan's Island. But even then, when I look at that on some of the radar products, this doesn't necessarily correlate with some of the stronger signatures that we've seen. So again, I'm looking at a product called normalized rotation. What this does, this helps take the this helps get the data, the velocity data. It kind of cuts through the noise on that a little bit and shows us where the most important stuff is. And I'm going to show this to my Instagram followers now. And there's your normalized rotation. So I'm going to zoom in on this. Here's the area that we're concerned about south of Sullivan's. But again, it's not really that intense right now. But that being said, with this situation at this point, we have to be ready for the potential that that we may have additional circulations pop up. That's a thing that could happen. And again, tropical tornadoes, these things can spin up and spin down very, very fast. And so we just need to be ready for that. But right now, for the Charleston metro area, no active tornado warnings. So James, Scotty, I'm going to let you guys talk for a little bit, because
we're looking at a live camera here on Sullivan's Island from the Department of Transportation. Jared's going to
green screen trick, by the way.
Yeah.
Mountain Dew does not work well with the green screen.
I gotta say, Jared, that was awesome. I think you channeled your inner James Spann there. So take you a break.
Yeah, it is what it is. I will note that before I step away and answer some more Twitter questions, because I got a lot of Twitter questions here coming in, and I apologize to my Twitter followers. I'm getting to you as fast as I can. The first band of rain is moving through the Charleston metro area right now. And this is from St. George down I-26 into Somerville, Goose Creek, Charleston. There are no formal tornado warnings. We have special marine warnings out. That's the teal polygons there that you can see. There's special marine warnings out along the coast for water spouts. But it seems to me, with the way that the Weather Service has been treating the warnings, that they do not believe the tornado threat extends very far inland right now. So, and that is evidenced by the extent at which that circulation fell apart as soon as it got onto Johns Island and was there for a little bit. So that suggests to me that perhaps the better instability is now being found closer to the shore. So coastal towns still need to be alert. I mean, in downtown Charleston, I still can't rule it out for you, but your main tornado threat will be coming to an end here shortly. And then there is a second band that is closer to the center of circulation that has popped up. This is not nearly as intense, but it certainly has some pockmarks in it, and it's certainly something that we're going to want to watch. But right now, the main tornado threat is now, I would say, roughly between in the Charleston metro area, down I-26 and points northeast, Mount Pleasant, Allendale, McClellanville. Your greatest tornado risk is going to be moving through in the next 30 to 60 minutes. So in those areas, if you are in those areas, I strongly encourage you to be ready to take shelter. Keep an eye on the weather. Again, no formal tornado warnings. That's great. I hope we don't have another one tonight, because I sure could use some sleep. But I think we could all use some sleep at this point. But we're going to be here through the duration, if that's what it takes. So, Scotty, James, back to you.
Thank you for that, Jared. James, we'll go over 2 AM advisory has just been posted for Elsa, and it is currently, I just lost it
got
there.
it here.
Okay, you got it. Let's say I had it pulled up, and then Twitter just ran it off.
Yeah.
But
now, we're not anticipating, we don't get cone updates at 2 a.m., but this is how I'm going to view it. We're here at 2 a.m. right now. Tropical Storm Elsa remains a tropical storm. It is moving northeast at 16 miles an hour, and we have sustained maximum winds at 45 miles an hour. Here's a look right now at Elsa on satellite. You can see as it's making its way up I-95 and the South Carolina coast. We're going to again be watching for the arrival of winds during the overnight hours, and then during daybreak into North Carolina, we can really begin to really hone in on where those tropical storm winds are going to be possible. That's about 40 miles an hour or so along that I-95 corridor, and then maybe a little gusty winds as you make your way towards that I-77 corridor, but that's really where that begins to break on down. We do still have a flash flood concern associated with Elsa, and you can see that highlighted here where we have the slight and moderate risk for flash flooding as associated with this storm. And the other thing I want to show you guys right now is the Storm Prediction Center, if I can get to it.
We have a new tornado watch out too, so we'll get to that in just a second.
Gotcha. Here's an update on the day one outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. We still have that slight risk, but now it's been sliding to the north. And this is going to go with that new tornado watch that you were just referring to, Scotty. We'll break that down here in just a moment. But you can see that tier 2 out of 5 slight risk of severe weather. And here's how that really correlates into that tornado risk, about 5%. And now this is going to include Charleston for the next little bit, and then areas to the north of that. So Hilton Head to the south, now towards Savannah. You're in the clear now with regards to the tornadic threat associated with Elsa. We have no active tornado warnings or severe thunderstorm warnings at this point, but we can show you what it means for these other warning types that are still up and active across the area. Let me refresh and get the latest maps here as we go ahead and put these on the screen for you at the 2 o'clock hour live coverage of Tropical Storm Elsa on the Carolina Weather Net. But I think this might actually still
Yep, I got it up on my screen,
update.
James.
Okay, let's go over to you, Scotty, for a look at the latest tornado watch, and we'll talk about the tropical bulletins as well.
Yep. So here's the new tornado watch just issued. This is going to be for the Grand Strand area, including Myrtle Beach, Pawleys Island, over towards Mullins and Lake City, Conway, up into southeastern North Carolina, which is going to include all of the coastal areas like Sunset Beach, Holden Beach, Carolina Beach, Curry Beach. This also includes Oak Island, Wilmington, McGraw, Elizabethton, Wyatteville. You have Topsail Island there, Jacksonville, Sneads Ferry, kind of that area until 9 a.m. So this is a tornado watch for 7 hours. Couple of tornadoes expected. And James, you were showing the tornado percentages, and that 5% was kind of like what Jared was just talking about a little bit earlier, really honed into the coastal areas, the coastal towns like your Garden City, your Murrells Inlet, your Myrtle Beach, your North Myrtle Beach, your Holden Beach, places like that. And then that 2% stretches out to places like Lake City, Mullins, Whiteville, Elizabethtown. So we will have to monitor that over the overnight hours.
We will, and that's where our Carolina Weather Net comes into play for so many of you that can just punch that up on YouTube, on your phone, on your computer, or on your smart TV. Just search Carolina Weather Group, and then every day we have a new Carolina Weather Net. It streams for free. No cable or satellite subscription is needed, and it has real-time warnings from the Weather Service. So in the event of a tornado warning, it will go ahead and alert you to those new warnings, and it also rotates through Skycams, many of which we're showing you tonight during tonight's live coverage, including this view right now of downtown Charleston from the College of Charleston. And we'll go over to Jared's camera for just a moment so I can borrow his radar, and you can see how some of the heaviest rain now marching into Charleston Interstate 20 corridor associated with this band from Elsa, but we don't have any sort of warnings associated with this right now, and that does give us a momentary reprieve. And when I say warnings, I mean no tornado warnings, no severe thunderstorm warnings. We do still have those tropical storm warnings that are up for all along the coast, and I think now at 2 o'clock, Scotty, if I'm not mistaken, those extend all the way up the coast, including North Carolina, has now been upgraded to a tropical storm warning, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Yeah, those go all the way to New Jersey.
Yeah, tropical storm warnings up for South Carolina, all the way up, like you said, to New Jersey. So, James, I think this might be a time, since radar's quiet, that we kind of end this stream just a couple minutes after 2 a.m. and let us all catch our breath, and we could go to the Carolina Weather Net. What do you think?
Yeah. That's probably not a bad idea. We'll continue to keep an eye on this developing situation. We do still have this tropical system Elsa that will be with us through these overnight hours and then through the day tomorrow in North Carolina as well too. So the Carolina Weather Net will continue to stream. Now, I normally say stay tuned. We'll get you right back over to it, but we actually do a periodic midnight reset on it. And we weren't able to do that because we were in live warning coverage. So what's going to happen is in just a moment, the net will stop and then start anew because YouTube doesn't like when you run something for more than 24 hours. So you can find that on the Carolina Weather Group YouTube channel. And then if you're watching us on Facebook or you want to subscribe to us on YouTube, when we get into live coverage like we're doing right now, we will bring that up as an additional stream so that you all will get a notification saying that we're live. So you have two options. You can leave the net on and just leave it on and kind of park it there, or you can subscribe and be notified when we come on the air for special coverage. I think so many of you were first-time viewers tonight. We appreciate you trusting us your coverage. What's up, Scotty?
I have to say, our Twitter account has exploded with folks in the low country of South Carolina. So we appreciate that, and we'll try to deliver all the content we can for you. So we appreciate those Twitter followers too. I was trying to scroll through Twitter to look at damage reports, and I just keep seeing people adding. So we appreciate that. Ooh, that's some good lightning there in Charleston.
I noticed many users commenting tonight on YouTube either had trains in their name or in their profile picture. And so if you have Spotify, check out Carolina Weather Group. We're doing a summer series where each one of us is releasing music on Sundays, and I did a train-related playlist. So, Brian, if you're still there, man, I'm talking to you.
You can go rail fanning sometime.
Go rail fanning. That's right. It's a whole podcast about rail fanning. So, again, we don't have any tornado warnings right now. We do still have a tropical system that is going to be moving through the Carolinas, bringing heavy rains and gusty winds, 40 miles per hour or so would quantify as a tropical storm force. So don't be surprised if you wake up in the middle of the night for thunder or these heavy rain that I'm very curious to see what my morning commute is going to look like here in Charlotte. We're going to be right on the edge of this dividing line. And I think if you're coming into the Charlotte metro area from Union County, North Carolina, for instance, you could be dealing with a really messy morning commute with some of the outer reaches of it's been a little while since we showed the cone, and I think we'll show that one more time. And then I'm watching right now, the Weather Service is canceling and adjusting here at the 2:00 hour their tornado watches. But, they're dropping counties closer to Georgia. They're dropping some of those counties back towards Hilton Head and the like. And again, right now, the threat is essentially with this band, I-26, Charleston, and north. So if you're south of Charleston, your chances of seeing things are decreasing. There are still some heavier pieces of rain and bands of rotation kind of spinning with Elsa as it makes its way through, especially near Waltersboro and such. So I hesitate to give a complete all clear, but it's this one band that's coming right into Charleston right now that has been causing us trouble. Jared Smith, who has been leading our coverage from Charleston, is currently moving his radar around. And don't do that, Jared. Don't do that.
I'm back.
I know what you're starting to show things, and that makes us nervous.
Yeah, no, and understand that this is one of those things where, it would help if I was wearing my microphone. That helps. That helps. That helps a lot. See, we're all human here, right? Something like that. I don't know. All right. Anyway, sorry about that. So now you can hear me. But yeah, we are continuing to watch. There are still some areas of rotation that are very interesting offshore. And again, we're watching an area that is another area of rotation that's fairly potent. Good looking area of rotation, about as strong as we've seen all night, beginning to south of Seabrook, and has designs on Kiowa. If it holds up, we have a couple more broad circulations around that are kind of south of Folly Beach. Here we have a broad circulation well off the coast of Isle of Palms, but we have a broad circulation over 526 at the Wando River Bridge, but there's no indication right now that there's anything that's necessarily doing damage. The problem is the rain now. The biggest problem that we have is rainfall. And what I'm going to do is I'm shifting our radar view a little bit to go with the 1 hour precipitation totals here, and this is just in the past hour. This is just estimated by the radar in the past hour, and I'm going to query some of these. And you can see again, two inches of rain plus estimated by the radar, and this is all moving into downtown Charleston. So and we have a flood advisory out for downtown Charleston. And that is something that is going to be certainly going to verify, it looks like, as this main band of rain continues to push in there. We are not seeing quite the extensive rain rates as you go further inland. Somerville, Ridgeville, you've had about an inch of rain in the past hour. Nothing to sneeze at, but not nearly as bad as what we're seeing closer to the coast. Certainly as this main rain band continues to move up. There, you're going to get a lull. Once this rain band gets through, you get a lull, and then there's another intense rain band behind it. This one is a little less oriented in a way to give us potential tornadic circulations. Our best tornado parameters are now moving through Charleston Tri-County area and the adjacent coastal waters. So we're going to be here. So we'll be keeping an eye on this over the next hour or so, but. And this threat is going to shift further to the northeast for our folks in Georgetown,
right on cue,
Myrtle Beach. Yeah, we have a new tornado watch that has just been issued for there, and I nobody likes it when I do this, but with this there is a circulation over Daniel Island right now that is very suspicious.
Well, speaking of things that are suspicious, if I may, for just a moment. If you can slide your radar up I-26 towards Columbia, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Sumter with a tornado possible tag.
Oh.
We haven't looked this far inland all night. Not because we were neglecting it, because there weren't any warnings until now.
No, that's correct. And and again, we'll switch to the Columbia. We'll switch this radar to use Columbia, and we'll zoom in on that guy a little bit. And if you guys want to, so there's the reason why you have a tornado possible tag. Again, not quite sure what the extent of the tornado setup is further inland. I don't think we don't quite understand. I don't think we quite have a good grasp of what the tornado threat is like.
Effingham County, Georgia, which wasn't all that far inland by this standard.
Yeah. So again, we'll want to keep an eye on that. Again, the tornado possible tag is there. Wind damage is certainly a potential issue here in Sumter from this, but also, there is always a possibility that this could drop a quick circulation to the ground and bring it back up. So we're doing that. I can't do two things at once thing again, James. I'm sorry, but I'll tell you from here in West Ashley, we're kind of we're in the heat of this. It's kind of starting to calm down, but it was very, very, very heavy rain, some decent wind, nothing too crazy. Charleston Airport just gusted to 47 miles an hour. So that's, tropical storm force. I mean, that makes a lot of sense. There's some nasty, it's a nasty storm. I think that's and unfortunately we're getting some of these extracurriculars along with it.
Couple of questions coming into us tonight. Caitlin's asking, she's on James Island, if she should sleep in her safe place, which is identified as a bathtub. No need to sleep there, but just have a way to get alerts so you can get there quickly.
Yes, I definitely recommend that. And again, we're still seeing some broad rotation on Johns Island. Nothing warned, to be clear, nothing warned. But the threat is still going to be with us for another hour or so in the Charleston metro area before some of these better dynamics shoot out of here. And again, we're looking at, I've been kind of keeping an eye on some of the rotation around Wando here, and I'm getting a lot of questions in. Getting a lot of reports in. We have somebody who's seeing in their electronic gauge rain rates of 1.6 inches an hour on Johns Island. And so, so that's it's nothing to shake a stick at. That's you only needed half an inch of rain an hour to flood downtown, to give you a general idea of where we're looking at with this.
That's the voice of Jared Smith, CHSWX, in the thick of it himself. holding down the fort here on Carolina Weather Net live coverage of Tropical Storm Elsa from Charleston, where we're continuing to see these areas of rotation. We do have one severe thunderstorm warning that actually goes across a couple of counties, Calhoun, Richland, and Sumter counties until 2:45 a.m. This is for the threat of 60-mile-per-hour winds or quarter-size hail. That's hail the size of a quarter the coin. It also has been deemed a tornado possible. It's a particular tag the Weather Service can put on it when they're looking at rotation. And I think that kind of speaks to what we've been seeing the entire night with so many of these intense little areas is, yes, the tornadoes are possible with almost all of these, and they're very quick. These are the nocturnal tropical tornadoes that spin up and spin down very quickly. What do you got there, New Wando? You might be muted there, Jared.
Still watching this area of rotation near Wando. And again, this is, we're going to keep an eye on this. This is going to start, here's the Cooper River right here. This is going to move up the Cooper River and start getting very near the Bushy Park, Cypress Gardens area into Berkeley County. So we haven't talked a lot about Berkeley County tonight. This is east of Goose Creek. This is going to be kind of near the Naval Weapons Station. But Bushy Park is a major industrial area. There's a lot of factories and plants there. So we'll keep an eye on this. Again, nothing, it certainly is, certainly is somewhat pronounced. But again, right now, I want to emphasize the good news is that we have no warnings right now, but I mean, that could change at any moment. We have a pretty good looking waterspout signature still south of Seabrook. We have an increasingly good waterspout signature south of Isle of Palms. So again, as we go through this, you can see that curvature on that Isle of Palms storm. Actually, we may need to watch that for Isle of Palms over the next 20 minutes.
Which was one of my questions to you in internal chat there, Jared, as we continue to look at some of these heavy rain bands coming into the Charleston area right now. Question in chat, when will Elsa be done with Charleston? Well, right now you're in the thick of this band rolling on through. There is another band that's bringing heavy rain back to Beaufort and Walterboro. We haven't seen any warnings associated with that second band.
No.
But it's just been this one leading band. But, again, it's still heavy rain. It's still a flooding potential as we're going to continue to see Elsa kind of work over this area again and again. And it's going to be moving along Interstate 95. So by the time you get to daybreak in North Carolina, it'll be your turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, for the Charleston metro area, we're kind of thinking, it looks like 5 or 6 o'clock, we're going to get rid of this pretty much for good. Unfortunately,
good question here, Jared. Maybe you can answer this one with your radar. Yeah. What is a band?
What is a band? That is a great question. So we call them bands because they look kind of bandy. So you have this guy kind of
like a rubber band.
Like a rubber band, right? You have a series of rubber band concentric circles, and it's a band of rain. And the way tropical cyclones work is that you get these feeder bands of thunderstorms that go into that kind of fill in the center here. In the center of the storm, based on observations and radar, somewhere around Swainsboro or Millen, Georgia right now. So just to give you a position update here. And the way tropical cyclones work is that they use these feeder bands to go into the center, and that's how the heat engine kind of replenishes itself. There's a lot of heat released from thunderstorms that develop, and that energy circulates in, and that's how it goes. Now, because the center is not over water, it has a much harder time sustaining those processes, and that's why they weaken over water. But that does not mean that it's not still tropical and that it still can't pull in feeder bands from the ocean, and that's clearly what's happening here right now.
That was a good call out. Appreciate that question. Sometimes we get stuck using lingo that we do need to stop and define, and that was a good call out for that. Still heavy rains moving through the West Ashley area. Let me go to the downtown. Actually, here's the hospital camera in West Ashley, and then we'll take you to downtown from College of Charleston, where things look slightly less dramatic, but could change here shortly with heavier rains.
Yeah, that's about to get lit, and. Yeah, I mean, it's still running, which is great. But that's about to get lit. We're seeing the core of the heaviest rain begin to move in there. Was that a power flash?
Lightning, I think.
Lightning, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to tell with some of these webcams, but
Jared,
Yeah.
do you want to stay on, or do you want to toss over to Net?
So what we're going to do right now, I think what we should do with, I always worry about going off the air, because as soon as we go off the air, they issue a new warning. So we have a decent contingent of people still watching here. However, what I will say is that I think what we'll do here, James, here's what we'll do. Let's leave this stream up. I'll leave the radar looping, and if I need to break in, I'll just do that. Or not. Okay. It's 2:19 in the morning.
It's not a bad idea, but
yeah.
And I'm giving everybody a peek behind the curtain. If we stop the stream and then bring it back up, we'll get, people will be notified that we're back on the air, so they don't have to sit and watch. And then also our net will automatically rejoin you. If we leave this hot,
yeah.
the net's going to get stuck.
Let's before we
technical jargon.
Yeah, no, you're good. You're good. And again, you're getting a little behind the scenes here. Before we go, I just called this out on Twitter, and I'm going to call it out here. This is a pretty decent area of rotation, getting very close to Isle of Palms right now. Very likely a water spout in this, and as you can see there, this is getting very close to 42nd, 44th Avenue, Palm Boulevard, in kind of the Wild Dunes neck of the woods here. We need to keep an eye. Let's keep an eye on this for a few minutes. And I know everybody is groaning at this point, knowing that it's like, oh God,
I'm not going to leave early. I'm just
It's like, oh God, do we have to? But yeah, I think we should. Looks like this is moving up. Looks like this is moving. This is going to be staying east of the connector, heading onto Isle of Palms. We want people in Dewey's. This is going to get kind of close, but not too concerned about that. After Isle of Palms, it crosses the intercoastal, and then we start getting into parts of Mount Pleasant, kind of the Mount Pleasant to the northeast of Highway 41. So Park West, the Mount Pleasant Airport, things like that. So again, we don't have a formal warning on this right now, but if this rotation continues, I would not be surprised if something new was issued.
Yeah, we've been seeing suspicious areas like that a couple times throughout the night, and I'll search for some new DOT cameras out that way too. Luckily, South Carolina streams those available to us on the internet, and we do appreciate that very much. As we are continuing to track Tropical Storm Elsa right here from the Carolina Weather Net.
And we have a lot of questions coming in from people asking, can I leave my bathtub? I say, yeah, you could leave your bathtub 30 minutes ago. I don't know why you're still in there, but
as long as you're not in a red polygon.
As long as you're not in a red polygon, you can leave your bathtub. So again, talking tornado threat, we're seeing the best of the dynamics here. Again, moving through the Charleston metro area right now. As the center continues to move northeast, this northeast quadrant is going to move further up into the PD and Grand Strand areas where we do have a new tornado watch in effect. So, so Georgetown, Myrtle Beach, and those areas, I know we've had some questions from you. We want you all to stay attuned to the weather over the next few hours if you can. And hopefully you've been minding seeing what's kind of been going on down here and being ready on that. Again, we're starting to see this area of rotation approaching Isle of Palms right now, and it looks like there's a little bit of a bound to weak echo region in it, and it looks like that it will there certainly could be something spouting off there. So looking at the rotation product is pretty good for what we've been seeing, about 0.75 to 1. So certainly something there. Looking at the storm relative velocity, we're beginning to see this is getting very close to shore now. So we'll see what the Weather Service does with this. So James, let's hold it. I just have a feeling.
Just because we can kid a little while we're not in a warning, the commenters like you better. I get it.
No, I mean,
you called it, by the way. Tornado warning.
Really? I'll be damned. Look at that. Just put me in the hot seat. So there's a new tornado warning now for Isle of Palms. Yeah, so here's a new tornado warning for Isle of Palms here. We're going to wait for this. I got to wait for this to get up on the thing. But as we suspected, there is a new tornado warning now I've got the polygon over here. This is going to take in parts of Mount Pleasant. And I just need this tornado warning to pop up on here. Let me see if I can't get it on Columbia real fast. Yeah, here we go. This is not the best look at it, but we can at least get you the polygon and who's in and who's out. So Isle of Palms, tornado warning pretty much now. Dunes West in that area, time to take cover. This is going to cross the Intercoastal Waterway, and this is going to head up to Highway 17 east of 41. So this includes areas around the Mount Pleasant Regional Airport. This includes areas around the Park West and other neighborhoods in the area. Let me see. Let me get you some specifics here. I want to make sure that Whitehall Terrace, Deweese Island, you're in the warning. And this is going to get very near Canehoy. So again, tornado warning. Nothing confirmed on radar, but it is certainly capable of that. Don't see any debris signature yet, but again, we wouldn't see that debris signature until it got on land. So, again, we're watching a tornado warned cell making landfall at Isle of Palms right now. So if you're on Isle of Palms, you need to be in shelter right now.
And we have the benefit of an HD DOT camera. Mm-hmm. That is right there.
Yep. So onto Isle of Palms near Dunes West.
Luckily, not seeing a lot of people out. That's good.
Well, it's a school night. Not really school, but
couldn't say that earlier on I-95.
No, you certainly couldn't. And again, the problem now is that people may have gone to sleep. And so again, if you're in a warning, if you know somebody that's in one of these warnings, give them a ring, give them a call, and just make sure that they understand that they're under a tornado warning and that they should take shelter in a lowest floor, interior room, closet, basement. Well, no basement. Sorry, I just keep saying basement for some reason. It's late. Just away from there. And what we're going to do on what's up?
Sorry, it is a car.
Oh, you're good.
I thought something was blowing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I'm just near the airport, Whitehall Terrace, Park West. Shelter now. All right. Again, I can't type and talk at the same time. That's just one of my downsides. What we're going to do also is we're going to restart the live. We're going to restart the live on Instagram. And I'm going to go ahead and get that going here. So my Instagram folks, we will be back on here shortly with that as well. Again, we're going to do the same protocol as we did before. So tornado warning for Isle of Palms. This is right over Isle of Palms right now. There's a little bit of a data drop out there indicating that this may be re-strengthening. So for my Instagram audience joining us in the Charleston Weather Instagram page, I'm back. We have a tornado warning for Isle of Palms and Mount Pleasant. This is east of 41. This is headed towards Park West, Whitehall Terrace. This tornado warning goes until 3 a.m. So we're going to have a tornado warning until 3 a.m. For parts of Mount Pleasant. So again, this is not Mount Pleasant this is not around Shem Creek. This is not around the bridge. This is not around, this is not in the western part of Mount Pleasant. But we have the tornadic circulation about to cross the Intercoastal Waterway, and this is going to get on you very quickly over in Whitehall Terrace, Park West, in those areas. So again, we're going to ask you if you're in Mount Pleasant, if you know somebody in that area in Mount Pleasant, east of 41, give them a ring, let them know that there's a tornado warning for their area if their phone hasn't woken them up already, and just let them know that we need to get them into shelter for the next 15-20 minutes. Yeah. So I'm just
as you're typing that, I'll remind folks that the safe place is the lowest level of a sturdy structure with as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. So that could be a closet under the stairs, an interior bathroom. Grab something to protect your head, a helmet, a pillow. If you got some glasses or goggles to put on, great. And shoes too. If you can grab shoes. Now you might not be able to grab all of those things because the priority is to get into the safe place, but the more of those things that you can grab or prepare, the better off you'll be when you come back out.
Yep, absolutely. And so again, we want to emphasize for the folks in Mount Pleasant that we do have a tornado warning here. We're going to check to see if there is a debris signature. I suspect that is noise. That is noise. That is not a debris signature. Usually when we're looking at this product and we see the blue drop out here, we get a little concerned, but no, there is no debris signature on radar here. That is just a little bit of signal degradation. The rotation as of the 2:26 a.m. scan was right over the Intercoastal Waterway. This is now making its way into eastern Mount Pleasant. Some people call it North Mount Pleasant, but this is north and east of 41. This is going to be some roads that are going to be right here. Sandmarsh Lane. Let's see if we can. Porter's Bluff Road, Stratton Place. Let's see. I'm looking for some main thoroughfares. Highway 17, roughly between Highway 41 and really, up towards. Let's see here. This is going to go near Seawee Road, 15-mile landing road, so roughly around there. Wando High School is right in the path of this tornado warning. So if you live anywhere around Wando High School, take cover now. So again, we need people to be taking shelter in that area right now. So. Rifle Range Road, Hamlin Plantation, Charleston National, all take cover right now in Mount Pleasant. If you got that warning, if you got that alert from your phone, heat it. Interior room, lowest floor, basement. No basements. There's no basements. I don't know why. It's just automated things, right? Lowest floor, interior room. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And over the next 15 or 20 minutes, good news is moving quickly. So if you act fast, you'll be able to get out of there fast too. So we're not seeing this in the Clements Ferry area. This is going to be going generally to the west of. Or to the east, rather, of Daniel Island at this point. But Wando High School, you were definitely right in the center line on this. Okay.
Fortunately, it's going to be moving away from our DOT cameras.
Yeah. Yeah.
These are up and along the connector.
Yeah. Yeah, so again, some of the notes that I'm putting out: take cover if you live near Wando High School, Mount Pleasant Regional Airport, with the circulation arriving now. Again, we have no indication that this is producing a tornado actively at the moment. All we see is the tight couplet on radar. Looking at correlation coefficient, don't really see anything that stands out to me as far as maybe as far as like debris being lofted. So that's good news. But we're very tightly. We're very tightly focused in right now on Wando High School in that general area, Park West, Hamlin Plantation, Dunes West. So Isle of Palms. The good news is that because this is moving so fast, Isle of Palms, you're good. If you're on Isle of Palms, you can come out. Yeah.
Same thing with Clare and James Island. No need to be in a safe place there. There's no tornado warning there. You have only one tornado warning right now in the Carolinas.
Yes, we have the one tornado warning that is approaching Mount Pleasant Regional Airport. The East Cooper Medical Center is over there. So we will we'll need to watch that closely. So Isle of Palms, again, all clear. North Mount Pleasant, take cover now. East of 41. Be there for about 10 minutes. After about 10 minutes, you should be good and you'll be able to come out. Getting some questions about James Island, and again, James alluded to it. We're getting some questions about James Island, and I want to point out that we do still have some waterspout circulations that are kind of nearby. That is not to say that James Island is in imminent danger of a tornado. We're not saying that. I don't believe that to be the case. But understand,
Jared, we do have a question from somebody who lives in an apartment. They want to know, they've just been woken up. Where do they go? What do they do? depending on what floor of the apartment you're on, you maybe not be in a situation where you can go and knock on your neighbor's door downstairs at 2:30 in the morning. So you just want to get yourself to the most interior room that you can. Some good suggestions coming in from other folks in the chat. That might be an interior bathroom. We hear lots of bathtub conversation tonight, or an interior closet, whatever has the most number of walls between you and the outside world as possible. Ideally, if you can grab a blanket or a pillow off that bed you just came from, take that with you and use it to protect your head. So that all of this is so that if you happen to reemerge into tornado damage afterwards, you have some protection for your body, because we have unfortunately seen with some of these warnings tonight, trees coming down, power lines coming down, and damage to homes and structures.
And again, we're getting questions around ONDA in there as well, and I want people to point out that, and I want people to understand that the imminent threat is not an ONDA, but the tornado threat is increasing in eastern Berkeley County and northeastern Charleston County. We're seeing the best possible dynamics moving up there now. We're going to see the tornado threat decrease from southwest to northeast over the next few hours. We do have another torrential rain band coming in behind it. This rain band does not seem to be coupled with the best dynamics for producing short-lived tornadoes. So I want to make sure that that's out there. And James, what I'm going to do real quick, if you want to talk, I'm going to just put out another call to get everybody over here onto the net.
Yes, we are continuing to track Tropical Storm Elsa right here on the Carolina Weather Net. I am James Brierton in Charlotte, North Carolina. That is Jared Smith of CHSWX Twitter fame there on the right-hand side from Charleston, where we have a tornado warning for Charleston County. This is coming towards the Wando High School area. It goes until the top of the hour, and right now it is located near the Mount Pleasant Regional Airport. And by it, I mean a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. We don't have any confirmation of whether or not there is anything on the ground right now, but we also don't have the luxury of waiting for that verification. Matter of fact, we had a question in chat asking about how accurate or rough estimate on how sure our confidence level related to tornado warnings. And, the Weather Service will go out and do a post analysis on these tornado warnings. Do they issue tornado warnings and then there was never a tornado? Sure. But if there is a tornado, they'll go out and they will assess their damage. They're always looking at their performance and their review, and they issue the tornado warnings when they are highly confident that there could be a tornado. And we talked earlier this evening about if the tornado is confirmed visually or through equipment, they'll actually put a special notification on that tornado warning calling it observed, and you'll hear us shouting that it's observed and on the ground. This particular tornado warning doesn't have it, but we should be moving to our safe places because we don't always have the luxury of having those eyeballs available to us, especially in the dark at 2:30 in the morning. We need to treat it like there is a tornado on the ground until we are told otherwise. And that's what the warning conveys. When the warning goes out for a tornado, move to your safe place immediately.
We have an update on the tornado warning now for Mount Pleasant. It has been reboxed. Isle of Palms, you are officially all clear. Weather Service has cleared Isle of Palms from the tornado warning. It's a very, very tightly drawn polygon now. One of the tighter ones I've seen, but again, the circulation has just crossed near Wando High School, moving by Darrell Creek Trail here. Cape Island Drive, you're going to be next here. And then the warning basically comes to an end. And again, we'll see what the Weather Service does with this if they decide to extend the warning inland. We've talked about this a couple times, but one of the working theories that we have right now is that, perhaps the instability is not nearly as good inland to support circulations making it to the ground. So let's hope that that's the case, and let's hope that nothing reaches the ground. We don't see any sign of debris on the radar right now. So that's also another really good thing as we continue to monitor this tornado. Now, keep in mind too that Mount Pleasant is a little further away from the radar site. We were picking up debris signatures pretty well in Beaufort because these are shallow storms. We were picking up the debris signatures there because that is several 50, 60 miles closer to the radar site than Mount Pleasant. We're looking up into the storm about 5,500 feet. So we're going to be looking a little bit higher. So it's going to have to be a stronger tornado to loft anything. So again, what we're going to ask you to do over the next few minutes, if you are in, if you're in the Park West area, to be in shelter for the next few minutes. We want you to be safe. This is going to be this is going to be one of those situations where it's going to go quickly. So I think that's the most, that's the good news. The good news is that this is going to be over very quickly, and you'll be able to return to your beds, which I wish I was at very much right now. But I think
speaking of things ending, Jared, a quick look at the broader radar. Savannah, Hilton Head.
Yep.
You're coming out of the last of your rain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this is it again. Keeping in mind that that Elsa is a very lopsided storm. All of the thunderstorm activity is to the north and east of the circulation. The center of circulation is somewhere around Millen, Georgia, right now. This is going to cut up towards Barnwell and Orangeburg. We have a couple very strong rain bands around it. The greatest tornado threat is with the rain band that's currently coming through the Charleston metro area right now. And again, that is borne out by the tornado warning that is continuing here in North Mount Pleasant. We just got another scan on the radar, and this circulation is just north of Dante Drive, Jeremy Key Court, and this is going to approach. This is about to cross the Charleston Berkeley line east of 41. So. Again, looking at, I've had many sources of radar here to look at, and we see no indication that there is anything on the ground, but it would take a pretty strong tornado at this point to also get that indication. So again, give it a few minutes. You'll be okay. Give it a few more minutes. We'll be able to give you an all clear here shortly as this storm moves north at 35 miles an hour. So again, Mount Pleasant Regional Airport area, I would say that if you are, if you are east of 17 in Mount Pleasant, between 17 and the intercoastal, I would say that you're all clear. I think you're in good shape now. So we'll make that. I'll make that call here. Is that 17 east of the intercoastal, or between east of 17 between the intercoastal and 17 is good to go. So I'm going to type that out real quick to Twitter followers here.
Sure. I'm James Brierton in Charlotte, North Carolina. Let's take a look at satellite here. Let's talk about Elsa. Jared was just talking about how it's lopsided. We have a lot of this rain off to the eastern side and kind of lopsided from where the area of circulation is. You can use satellite to kind of get an idea of where that particular area of circulation is. And then, taking a look at the forecast cone, a reminder that as we head through the overnight hours, this is going to come up Interstate 95. And it's really to the east of this track where we're going to see the most significant impacts. Tropical storm warnings up along the South Carolina, North Carolina coast. Those extend actually all the way up to New Jersey, where they then transition to tropical storm watches through the New York City metropolitan area and up towards Boston. Here in the Carolinas, what we can expect as we go through the overnight hours is, for some of this rain and some of this wind to move as far inland as the I-77 corridor. I wouldn't expect it much further to the west than that. And, we can see kind of with the wind probabilities where those tropical storm force winds are expected, 30, 40, 50% chance of seeing those all along the I-95 corridor. We'll get all new products in from the National Hurricane Center at 5 a.m., but, we're going to be watching for that flash flood risk. That's something we haven't talked a whole lot about tonight as we're tracking these live tornado warnings for you, but it is definitely something that is still kind of a part of what we are tracking. The Storm Prediction Center, you guys are probably familiar with the slight, medium, and high risks, has much of North Carolina and then kind of South Carolina coast down through Myrtle Beach, and that slight risk tier 2 out of 5, and that's primarily because of the 2% chance, the 5% chance of seeing a tornado as we head through the overnight hours. But again, wind damage and hail, a little less of the SPC's concern, but they also don't forecast. The SPC outlooks don't take into consideration flooding. Those are actually from an agency called WPC within NOAA. And so those aren't reflected by these particular outlooks. That's what I was showing you a moment ago about 20% chance of seeing flash flooding, 5% chance of seeing a tornado. And if you live in South Carolina through Hilton Head and Beaufort and Waltersboro and into Charleston, I think they would go ahead and confirm for you that this is in fact playing out. Go ahead, Jared. I thought he might have something to pop in there with. I think your audio is muted, Jared, but you're showing us on radar certain things. I'm not sure if you're intentionally muted or not, but we are watching here for an update from the National Weather Service on what it is that they intend to do with this tornado warning, as the actual area of rotation Jared is showing us has moved beyond the polygon. So we're going to wait to see. This polygon is set to go until 3 o'clock, which is actually a little more than 15 minutes from now. But what Jared's mouse cursor is showing us is that the actual area of rotation, where the bright red and the bright green is actually pushed out beyond the polygon. So the Weather Service is either going to have to issue a new polygon or come up with something else to do here, whether they're going to renew this or not. We have some questions in chat from Elizabeth. What about West Ashley? So right now we don't have any warnings in the West Ashley area, but as Jared's been talking about, there is still the potential for kind of changing situation as we go through the overnight hours, and that's why you want to have a NOAA weather radio on standby. What we've been seeing a lot in the Charleston area in the last hour or so is a lot of these rotations coming off the coast of the ocean as water spouts and then coming on shore, and those tend to kind of fire off almost like popcorn kernels. And so we still have a situation in the greater Charleston area, including West Ashley, where you want to be monitoring, actively monitoring. You can go to bed as long as you've got maybe one or two ways, a NOAA weather radio, cell phone, that will wake you up and then get you into that safe place as we head on through the evening hours. What time do you all think the storm will get worse for areas like Columbia and the Midlands? I think we're going to start to shift a little bit into that here in the next few hours or so towards daybreak. I know for me in the Charlotte area, what impacts we do get this far inland will come during the morning rush. And so they'll come a little bit earlier for the Midlands and for Columbia. Now, with any luck, Columbia, you'll be able to stay on the west side of the circulation, and that will dramatically decrease the impacts you see from this, because it's going to be at that circulation and to the east where a lot of those impacts are. And that's what's been playing out along the coast so far here tonight. Welcome back to our coverage, Jared. And I know as you were talking to your followers there on on the Charleston weather Instagram, I saw what you were doing with your mouse and narrating along with you, but the area rotation is no longer in the polygon.
That's correct. Yeah, the area of rotation has left the polygon. I'm still awaiting, we're going to figure out what the Weather Service is going to do with this. It's still a pretty tight rotation. I would not be shocked to see a tornado warning extended into Berkeley County here in the next few minutes. And the other thing, too, that we need to keep an eye on is that we have several circulations still coming in from offshore. One is approaching the west side of Mount Pleasant near the Ravenel Bridge. We don't have any warnings on this, but it is kind of tight, and it has the look. So again, I'm just gonna kind of narrate those. I'm gonna circle this guy here, right there, coming in at the jetties, and this is gonna head towards Mount Pleasant. This is headed right in at the Ravenel, near the Ravenel. We have a second area that is kind of, that if it holds would beeline into Ondon, McClellanville. We have a third area of rotation likely producing a waterspout that's on kind of the same line as the rotation that we have been covering that has been tornado warned. And at this point, again, the polygon has completely left the tornado warning area. Again, we're going to wait to see so
it's interesting that we haven't gotten an update yet. So I think to your point, Jared, I mean, I don't want to speak for the Weather Service. Beginning to wonder if there's like a technical problem. So, I mean, I think you're right. Let's treat that as a tornado warning until we're told otherwise, because the fact that the old polygon is still there is very weird to me. Like, that should have fallen off.
Well, I mean, again, that warning was going until 3 o'clock, and excuse me, I have to adjust my dog. He has been sitting behind me very patiently all night. So this is Charlie Brown, so that happened. So he's just been sitting behind me, and he's a very good boy, and he's been very, very patient with his dad tonight as we continue with tornado warning coverage here on the Carolina Weather Group, Charleston Weather Instagram page. And I will untangle my dog from all of my cables here, and we are in good shape here. So anyway, all right. Technical problems resolved, but this is still a very tight circulation. Although, this is interesting.
Care to elaborate?
I wonder if the data is bad. This is interesting.
Oh, do you think the pixels are off? Do you think it's still inside the polygon?
No, I don't think it's a pixel displacement issue. I'm just wondering if the data here is like just getting a little noisy. I'm going to go to spectrum width here. I mean, there's a fair bit of turbulence, which is what I would expect. I mean, I would still say that this is legit. I was not quite getting I'm not getting the rotation values that I would probably expect from something that's producing 60 miles an hour of shear.
What about from a different radar?
So there's no different radar. I mean, you can, if you want to pop Columbia on your end. And
I'm
see
looking
what
at it.
like.
Yeah, it barely reaches. But I mean, the location correlates.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So again, right now the circulation here is along Bennett Branch Road. This is approaching Charity Church Road. This is going to go into the center city of Hugie. So again, if you're in the Hugie area, I would be on guard for the potential for a brief tornado until until we go here. We'll figure this out. But brief tornado in Hugie. Rotation remains strong as it moves out of Mount Pleasant.
What I would expect to see, for anyone who's wondering, is that either the new tornado warning would be issued for where we're seeing the rotation, or the old one would be canceled early and taken off the board.
Yeah. So again, I hope they're not down. I hope that I mean, we've been having some pretty rough weather here. I've got
multiple offices open in chat, and no one has given me any indication of whether or not there's a problem.
So we'll keep an eye on that. Again, our job is to predict the weather, not the agencies. And so let me. So I want to make sure that our Twitter followers know that we get an all clear, but I also want to make sure that everybody knows that that we are here on the Carolina Weather Group. We do still have a tornado warning, so we're going to continue coverage. For the next little bit. Again, there is the potential for a brief tornado in the Hugie area in a matter of minutes. So if you're in Hugie, what we recommend is you may see you may get some wind damage there. Good news is looking in the comments here, no damage in Whitehall Terrace. That's really great. That's really great news. A lot of people reporting a lot of noise. A lot of people reporting a lot of that. But the good news is that we're not really seeing any major things. We had a question. James, did you while I was doing that? Did you hit this question from Elizabeth? Another news station said there was rotation near West Ashley moving west.
I did. I told her there wasn't a warning at the time.
Yeah.
Like a lot of these other areas we're looking at, monitor.
Yeah.
Be ready to act.
Mm-hmm.
Don't sleep in your bathtub unless you're in a red polygon.
Yeah, exactly. So
although I might sleep in this chair.
I'm about at that point too. So I feel that 100%. So I'm from my Instagram.
We have an update.
All right. New tornado warning for Berkeley. Yes. So the Weather Service. All right. So tornado warning for Hugie. That's exactly what I was expecting to happen. And that's interesting. Okay.
Yeah, it's actually further to the west.
Okay. Tornado warning. Okay. Tornado warning for. Okay. So let me. All right. Yeah. No. This is going to be for Mount Pleasant. This is going to be. New tornado warning now. So they've drawn a new polygon here. That's up on the screen. We have a new tornado warning. This includes downtown Charleston. This includes.
Just going to say that.
Yeah, this includes Mount Pleasant. This includes this is going to scrape Goose Creek near the Naval Weapons Station. This is also going to be for Daniel Island. And there is a new tornado warning. Another new tornado. We have two new tornado warnings.
Pretty close together.
Interesting.
If I'm looking
okay.
At it right.
I'm unless this is a correction.
What's interesting to me is actually the one that came in second has an earlier timestamp than the one that came in first.
Okay, so I wonder if they're having dissemination problems with the Weather Service. Actually,
I'm beginning to go VS.
Yeah. So So we have a tornado warning. Tornado warning now out, and this includes downtown Charleston, Daniel Island, Naval Weapons Station Charleston on the east side of Goose Creek. This goes pretty far up. Okay, so they made a mistake with the polygon.
Oh,
the polygon is just okay. They have reissued the tornado. Okay, this makes a little bit more sense. All right, so they have reissued the tornado. Oh, wow. Okay, so they have reissued the tornado warning, and I'm going to have to get a tweet out to explain what's going on here in a second. But this is that circulation I was talking about over Sullivan's Island right here. I'm going to switch to.
Does it include downtown?
This still includes downtown Charleston. So the tornado warning continues to include downtown Charleston, but it stops at Daniel Island. So that's the key difference now. Is that the tornado warning stops at Daniel Island. This is going to include the port. This is going to include Mount Pleasant. Mount Pleasant west of 41. So east of 41, you just had your fun. Now west of 41, we need everybody there to be taking shelter now. This is a brand new tornado warning. Brand new tornado warning here, and sorry for the confusion there, but it looks like we've got everything sorted out. They've replaced the tornado warning with the proper polygon, and this is a very tight rotation right now, very near the Mount Pleasant Waterfront Park, moving basically right over the heart of Mount Pleasant, near Mathis Ferry Road, so this is certainly a significant issue here right now for Mount Pleasant. We may let me go to. I don't see any sign of debris, but understand that this is a pretty broad and strong area of rotation that we're going to need people to be.
It's like literally sliding between where all the DOT cameras are.
Yeah, of course it is. So got a question about James Island. The warning did say that the storm was over Fort Johnson. James Island, this is going to be northeast. It looks like this is, so we mentioned that this is a tornado warning, that the warning polygon includes downtown, but it looks like that the circulation is going to stay to the east of downtown. So for those of you asking about downtown, the storm is going to move to the east of downtown. So Berkeley County, we had a question about Ladson. Ladson is not in the warning. This is Ladson, Goose Creek. Earlier, we had a polygon up on the screen that indicated that there was a tornado warning that extended all the way up, basically up to Mount Monk's Corner. That has been revised from the Weather Service. So so that's been revised by the Weather Service. We've had questions about Clements Ferry Road. This is going to get very close. This is going to move pretty much over Clements Ferry Road. This is going to get very close to, this is going to basically clip the eastern side of Daniel Island, it looks like. Again, and then we'll see what happens with the rotation after that. Let's see what they do. The old so this gets really confusing now. The old tornado warning. Confusing. Yeah, the whole thing has gotten confusing. The old tornado warning has now expired. This was the tornado warning that was for Mount Pleasant before. This is the east of 41 tornado warning. So that has been a non-issue for a while. Now we have so now the call to action is a new tornado warning approaching the 526 terminus, approaching the Wando River Bridge in Mount Pleasant. And again, I want to emphasize to Twitter folks, Daniel Island.
Right. Don't be confused. We've expired one, but we still have an adjacent one that's active.
Yeah, exactly. And James, can you take over for a second? I need to clear up some confusion. We got.
Oh wait, there's lots of confusion to go around. We're looking live at a DOT camera right now. This is at 526, right at US 17. We're just adjacent to where some of the rotation is that we can still see on Jared's screen. It's working its way north right now towards 526. As Jared mentioned, and we did declare, downtown Charleston is technically in this polygon, but the storm is moving so quickly to the north that from the downtown Charleston perspective, the rotation will stay across the river to the east of downtown. So we can actually kind of reduce this polygon a bit. We don't need the whole park that extends down towards Folly and down towards downtown. Right now, crossing I-26. So come with me live here. We'll try to keep up with the rotation. This camera is really dark. There's not a lot of lights here, but this is 526, just where the rotation is coming on through. So if there was anything that could possibly be seen, it would be somewhere about here. And so we'll keep an eye on this. This is right now near Long Point Road, and I don't think we have too many alternative cameras right tightly in this area. Yeah, so I think we're going to stay, because Wando seems too far. We'll stay right at Long Point as we try to get some visual confirmations. But again, a tornado warning now until 3:15 a.m. for Berkeley and Charleston counties in South Carolina. Jared.
Yep, exactly. And the tornado warning west. So we're going to disambiguate a few things. Expired. Tornado warning is now east of 41. So I want to make sure that everybody knows, gets kind of the frame of reference. The tornado warning in Mount Pleasant is now east of 41. So that was fun, by a loose definition of fun. And we'll now figure this out. Is now getting to 3 a.m. Here in our neck of the woods. So I am right now kind of going through some of our data, looking to see if there's any signs of, we have I don't have a lot of lightning with this, but we do have some beam depolarization happening downstream. And so I'm having a hard time seeing with the correlation coefficient if there's any debris in this. However, the circulation center right now is basically crossing the Wando River. Yeah. So, oh, wow. Okay. So yeah, Charleston is having problems right now.
Did that get confirmed? Oh yeah, there it is.
Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, issues. Yeah. So for the Instagram folks, if you go onto YouTube, Carolina Weather Group on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, we're there. We're streaming. We're rolling. Got a question about an alert in 29406. So Rivertown, all good. Believe that to be the case. If not, give it a few more minutes. Bell Hall right now is.
Sorry, go ahead. Finish your thought.
Yeah, Bell Hall is. You're going to be all clear here in a few minutes. The circulation is moving north of the Wando River, about to cross the Berkeley-Charleston line. This is going to approach. Let's see here. This is going to approach Clemens Ferry Road in the next few minutes. This is headed towards. Headed towards Wando. Looks like that this is going to skirt the eastern side of Daniel Island. I'm not ready to give an all clear for Daniel Island. For downtown, you're fine. Downtown, you're fine. I don't see any issues with downtown. We understand that the Weather Service is having some dissemination issues right now. They are working on the problem, and
taking over.
So we're getting some backup here. While they figure out what's what, and so no worries there. We've got you covered here as issues happen there. So that there no worries there. We'll be fine. This is going to approach Jack Primus Road at at Clemens Ferry, and again this is going to continue to move north. This is going to move north deeper into Berkeley County, and again probably beyond here. We should be okay, but. Let me do some mapping here real quick. So, man, this is right now. I apologize. This is just kind of a crazy situation. So, Hopcaw area.
It confirms what we were thinking, that the Weather Service in Charleston was having problems, which is why we kept kind of watching things ourselves, and we don't like doing that. We don't like to play Weather Service, but now that they've declared that there's a problem. Wilmington, which is the adjacent office to the north, is going to actually start issuing warnings for the Charleston area. It doesn't change anything. Your weather radios are still going to go off. We can still read polygons to you, but it's an interesting behind the scenes kind of why there was a gap there at 2:45 or so.
Yeah. So getting some questions about the Hopcaw area. We're good there. It's moving north of you. Again, no sign of any issues. So let's look at. Let's look at so State Road 833. Yeah, so this is now crossing the Berkeley County line. This is getting this is going to clip the east side of Daniel Island, heading up towards Clemens Ferry and Wando. so again, if you're in the Wando area, you definitely want to be looking at, being in that safe place right now. This is about right on top of River Village Drive. So let's see, and I'm getting some points of reference here for everybody as this goes. So please be patient with me. I'm getting a lot of questions on exact locations. I will also say that if you did receive a tornado warning alert on your phones, I would still be very, I would still be in cover for the short term while we figure out.
Speaking of question from chat, James Island, Caitlin says they just got a warning on their phone shelter.
Okay, so
is it just too close to that polygon? Maybe.
Yeah, it's close to that polygon. That polygon does clip a little part of James Island.
It kind of makes you trigger the whole thing.
Yeah, so it's going to trigger some things there. James Island, you're fine right now, but South Windermere, you're fine right now. I mean, we have some questions around that. We do have we still have lots of small areas of rotation that are just absolutely popping up on us right now, as this main rain band that we've been talking about is actually kind of falling apart a little bit, and the storms are becoming more discrete, which is almost a bad thing because this is going to increase that tornado threat across the metro area. So that's certainly not what we want to deal with. We have a question: is this the excitement? I don't think the excitement is over just yet, my friends. I don't think that we're done. I really don't think that we are completely done with that just yet. So anyway, let's go back to the tornado warning, the active tornado warning right now. And this is pretty near the port at this point. This is moving towards Clements Ferry Road, kind of north of Daniel Island at this point. So Daniel Island, you're just about there. You're going to get some very heavy rain here for the next few minutes, and then that should improve. But Wando area certainly watching you. And then there's a couple areas of rotation. There's a new area of rotation that's developing, a very weak area of rotation that's developing and kind of going over Johns Island right now. Again, that's over Main Road. There's no warning on that. We'll see if that tightens up and meets the threshold. There is another area here that's south of DeWeese that may be a tornado warning candidate at some point in the near future. This has got a similar look on radar to this tornado warned storm, which is actually moving out of the tornado warning polygon as we speak. So we'll see. Again, we will see what Wilmington ends up doing with that. Bell Hall, I think you are actually you're doing better now. So if you're in Bell Hall, you're good. Long Point Road, points forth. If you call yourself Mount Pleasant at this point right now, you're in good shape. So if you call yourself Mount Pleasant, you're in good shape. Downtown, you're all clear. You're okay in downtown. You're okay in Mount Pleasant. The areas that we're really concerned about right now, moving into Wando, and keep in mind, we still have a little bit of a broad rotation north of Hugie, but that has we've not had any reports or anything out of there. And the Weather Service did not elect to extend the warning up there. So we have, so we do know that, the polygon has been, we did have some polygon issues, but we'll be okay. Everything's gonna be fine with that. We've got that sorted out. The tornadic circulation is exiting the polygon. And so in the very, very near term, this is really the main one to be concerned about. However, I do note this weak circulation over Johns Island certainly bears watching. There is another weak circulation approaching Folly Beach from the south. There is a weak circulation over West Ashley. There is a slightly stronger circulation approaching DeWeese Island from the south, and this could, if this keeps up, this could be a candidate for a tornado warning. So again, we're dealing with we're dealing with a lot of little things right now. We've got a lot going on. And so right now the main concern is that Clements Ferry Road, if you're on Clements Ferry Road, kind of north or northwest of Daniel, or northeast rather, of Daniel Island, that would be kind of that's the area I'm concerned about. And again, it's just, this is one of those things with these, I think this is kind of shades of Irma. If you remember Irma, we had a pretty decent tornado outbreak with that. And it's just, and it's just absolutely It's crazy, man. It's crazy. This has been one of those nights that we hope we never have to have, but it is a situation that we are dealing with. So, James, I'm gonna get a couple notes out on Twitter real quick, and I'm gonna also join ILM, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, hopefully you don't have to do too much by joining ILM. I would hope they would still show up in CHS
Yeah,
for us.
They do.
But
they do. I just want to, situational awareness.
A little cross chatter. Yeah. I am James Brierson in Charlotte. That is Jared Smith in Charleston. You're watching live coverage. Tropical Storm Elsa, 3:08 a.m. on July the 8th, 2021. You're watching live coverage from the Carolina Weather Net, streaming on our YouTube channel, Carolina Weather Group, or maybe on one of our partners, including Jared's Charleston Weather Facebook page. We do have a new tornado warning, which I think is associated with the same broad area of circulation you've been watching.
That's the huge one. I knew it. All right, so we have a new tornado warning now. This is now in Berkeley County. So this is the furthest inland we've had a tornado warning all day. And so we have a new tornado warning now. The circulation is near Bethera. It's just crossed Highway 41 and is going to be crossing 17A between Monk's Corner and Jamestown here in the next 5 or 10 minutes. This is headed towards Bono, St. Stephen, Alvin, and Pineville, kind of on the northeast side of Lake Moultrie. So yeah, so for Berkeley, along the northeast side, for a circulation about to cross 17A between Monk's Corner and Jamestown, approaching Bono and northeast Lake Moultrie. So we have a new tornado warning. There. So I'm getting some tweets out, but we do have this additional tornado warning now. This is going to go again. This does take in a part of Monk's Corner. However, my reading of the circulation is that it's going to cross 17A between Jamestown and Monk's Corner. It's going to parallel US 52 into St. Stephen. So if you're in St. Stephen, Bono, Alvin, and those areas, anywhere on the northeast side of Lake Moultrie in downtown Charleston, Lake Moultrie in Berkeley County, time to move to shelter. So again, we're going to
chat is whether or not we can tell from radar if a tornado is actually on the ground or not. The short answer is sometimes. There are tools within the radar that will sometimes give us indication. It might confirm, but doesn't mean that the same tool can be used to deny. So it's not always available to us based on geography and atmospheric conditions. Where Jared's working right now, it's really hard to use correlation coefficient. And so that's a tool that when we're closer to the radar, when we were earlier tonight, could be used more or less to say yes or no, there's actually a tornado here. It doesn't work this far out from the radar site.
Yeah. That is a very good question. And again, the ranges that we're at, unless it's a very strong tornado, and we really hope we don't see any of that. It is not going to ping up on the correlation coefficient. So again, getting questions about Mount Pleasant. Mount Pleasant, you're good. Downtown, you're good. We have people asking on Instagram what the YouTube channel is, Carolina Weather Group. So those of you who are watching us here, you know where to find us. Tell your friends, tell your family. We're just rocking this thing. I've got my transit to the green screen Mountain Dew. James is, I don't know how James is doing it.
Need of getting more water, actually. This is empty.
Yeah, so that's where we're at. And so right now in the Mount Pleasant area, I would say that, that you are probably in pretty good shape. So there's a gap in the warnings right now. This is kind of interesting. So we have
the circulation is.
Yeah, where the circulation is, there's a circulation north of Wando now that's going to be approaching Hugie from the, going to be kind of approaching the west side of Hugie in Berkeley County. This is not warned. we have the rotation near Bethera that is currently warned, and this is heading again towards there. And then we have the tornado warning polygon that's in effect for Daniel Island and parts of downtown and Sullivan's and even parts of James Island. You are all clear within that warning. There right now there is no imminent circulation. There's nothing there that I'm too terribly concerned about within that warning polygon right now. As we have seen tonight, that can change on a dime. So again, we'll call the all clear for Daniel Island and Mount Pleasant.
Questions I can answer while you're going through that, Jared. What is the purple on the screen? That goes back to what we were talking about a minute ago about getting too far away from the radar site. We start to lose data. That's a great indicator to us of where we lose that data. And a question about how often does radar update? At best, every minute or so. It's faster than it used to be, but it is still inherently on a delay. And it's not just on a delay for Jared and I. That's just how radar works. It's like a camera on a tripod that spins 360 degrees around. And so it's only looking at you once per rotation. And then that's oversimplifying it because it also goes up and down and left and right. But that's why radar is not live. All these images are a good minute or two behind, which is why when we're tracking street level, we got to be looking downstream.
Mm-hmm. Exactly right. And again, the radar radar and satellite is all what has happened. It is not it is not necessarily what is happening. So I think that's the most important thing that we can emphasize here, is that it is not a silver bullet, but it is a very useful thing. All right. So the tornado warning polygon has cleared. So the
Charleston's out, and it's just Berkeley then.
Just Berkeley. So we've cleared the warning polygon out of Charleston County. We have a report now of flooding downtown Charleston. So
surprise.
Yeah, this is not surprising at all. And so again, this is the thing that we've been messaging on Elsa for the last several days. What we've been messaging on Elsa for the last several days has been the flood threat. And we are now starting to see that come through here. I'm going to try and get some additional. I'm going to try and still get some additional reports here. That's like, yeah.
Question in chat about heavy rains. More heavy rains during daylight hours in North Carolina. The storm is moving north. I can say these faster than I can type a lot of them. Honestly, what is the flood threat in central North Carolina from Elsa tomorrow? Well, it's high enough that the National Weather Service in Raleigh, which has jurisdiction over central North Carolina, has issued a flash flood watch. That's how confident they are that areas could see flooding. Flash flood watch means the flooding is possible, likely, not guaranteed for everyone. When it's occurring, those are called warnings. Watches are just kind of heads up. So in central North Carolina, they've already got one of those kind of blanketed out across much of the central part of North Carolina.
Yep. So looking at, we've had a couple questions about James Island, Johns Island. There's still some rain. You're in a lull right now. I think, we'll kind of zoom out the radar here a little bit, kind of give you the bigger picture of what's going on. So we're seeing the rotation, so Elsa Center is somewhere near, Midlands, Georgia. It's actually looks like it's about to cross. We have a new tornado warning. Okay. So the huge circulation, the warning in the middle. All right. We'll get back to that. We have a new tornado warning, and this is for Hugie. This is the circulation
brings Charleston back into it, the county.
Yeah. Ever so slightly. I wouldn't, it says Charleston County. I wouldn't worry about that. This is going to be for Highway 41 between Hugie and Wando. Actually, this is looking like this is a little bit to the west of 41 right now, but this is remember that circulation we were talking about that was kind of in the middle? So now we have this circulation that is there. So again, we have a tornado warning for,
what's funny is look what Eric told us at 3:14, that his local news app had the two polygons touching. I'm still wondering what our connectivity problems are and an inherent delay.
Well, yeah, it all depends on the software at this point. My AWIP software was still showing the old polygon for a time. The way that we'll dig into the data details another time, but what we can tell you right now is that there's 2 tornado warnings on the board right now. We have one in central Berkeley County, clips a little bit of Charleston County, but that's probably just the way that it was drawn. This tornado warning is going to be for Hugie. We have a second tornado warning that is for Berkeley County, crossing 17A towards Bono, St. Stephen, and kind of splitting the difference between Moncks Corner and Jamestown. That being said, when we look at the storm relative velocity here, when we look at the base velocity, yeah, there's still a little bit of rotation there, but it's certainly not as pronounced as it was. So using, and then we're going to switch to the normalized rotation product, and you can see the you see the differences here between the we have kind of the weaker circulation here. We have a stronger circulation to the south. So the Weather Service is keeping the tornado warning, the northern tornado warning, until 4 a.m. So they are keeping that. It's going to cross 17A here in a few minutes, and it's going to approach St. Stephen. And so they're going to keep this tornado warning. It may spin back up, which is a prudent approach, because again, tropical tornadoes, they go up and down and up and down and up and down. So so that is something that we deal with this on a regular basis. But the main area of concern right now is near Hugie. It looks like it's going up Canehoy Road right now. This is and then this is going to go towards. Let's see here. Let's see if I can get some roads from my data set here. I'm struggling with that at times. So this is going to head towards Witherby Road. There's a Ross station there, a weather station there, that may be able to record some interesting data for us. This is going to cross 402 here in the next few minutes. So again, 2 circulations, the weaker one crossing Highway 17, alternate right now in Berkeley County, really not looking very impressive at all. That's one of those that I wouldn't be surprised to see that, maybe get dropped a little early if it doesn't spin back up. Looks like this is more of a problem for Alvin at this point, more of a problem for Alvin, maybe St. Stephen, Bono. Again, I want to see, they haven't necessarily reboxed the warning. They just continued the warning. So, but the circulation looks like it's going to stay well to the east of Bono. So that's some good news there. Going back to reflectivity for a second, there's a circulation, a little inflow notch there just near Hugie. And then again, this is moving north. We'll zoom back out a little bit. We have reports of flooding in downtown Charleston now, and I'll be, and we're going to want to know about that. And we're gonna honestly be tracking that pretty closely. The good news for downtown is that you are getting into a break, and this is where we were before the new warning came out. There is a lull. We have the one main band of thunderstorms that is by far the tornado threat. This represents the greatest tornado threat, which is continuing to move northeast. The greatest tornado threat, based on this right now, is moving now kind of northeast of 26. This is going to start spreading pretty soon. This is going to start spreading pretty soon into Georgetown, Myrtle Beach, into those areas over the next few hours. We have a tornado watch out there. But we're going to see this continue to move northeast with time, and you can see. I mean, we got a conga line of rotation here. I mean, this is I haven't seen this I haven't seen anything like this for several years. I don't think since the 2015, since the 2015 outbreak. And yeah, I mean, I mean, if you look at that, I mean, that's just a conga line of rotation. So we want to keep that very much on the board there. And so again, this is something that we're going to want to watch very closely. We have a second band of rain that's gotten pretty consistent now, moving into St. George down to Beaufort. This, though, does not necessarily have the kinks on the circulations on it. There's going to be a wind shift. There's going to be some heavy downpours. There's going to be some thunder and some lightning. But we are not seeing the tornadic circulations with this second band that comes through. So if you're in the lull right now, it's getting better for you. The main zone of concern that I have at this point is going to be roughly from Mount Pleasant And really, Mount Pleasant will probably be able to tell you that you're pretty in good shape at this point. But roughly northeast of 26, Mount Pleasant, northeast to the main concern area, northeast to Awendaw, McClellanville, and this is going to get into Georgetown in the next hour. And so we're gonna watch this closely, as again we have this constant shallow supercells producing potentially water spouts, and if they can continue to hold up, potentially tornadoes as they get on there. So again, 2 active tornado warnings in Berkeley County right now. Nothing in Charleston County. Nothing in nothing there. Nothing in Charleston County. If you have a Charleston mailing address, you're fine right now. We don't see anything. I don't see anything too concerning on that front. We do have a couple ragged areas of rotation over 17. One kind of on the far north side of Mount Pleasant, and then we have one that's near Awendaw, but none of those have tightened up sufficiently to deserve a warning. So again, we have the one area rotation that's pretty weak crossing 17A, roughly between actually looks like it just did cross 17A. It's between Alvin and Bono. This is headed towards St. Stephen, but it looks very weak. And that we continue, and as long as we continue to see that remain weak, that is a good sign. We have a second area of rotation that's about to cross Highway 402 west of Hugie. This is about to cross 402. This also seems to be losing a little bit of its punch, but again, tornado could form in these at any time, and so we're going to need to continue to keep a close eye on these storms as they continue to push through the area. So again, right now, I'm always looking at several sources of radar to make sure that everything is good. We have no signs that there's anything on the ground. We have no signs of debris. We have no signs of anything there. So that is good news. But we still need to be heeding these tornado warnings as the best tornado threat begins to shift into the eastern part of the Tri-County and eventually up into Georgetown and the Grand Strand. And I'm going to take a swig.
GSP is telling us they've put their some of their radar tools into tropical mode as some of those outer rains start to move into the Charlotte area, which is an indication for me of what the rest of my day lies ahead. We do have some questions about what the rest of the night may look like for some of you all out there. And so let me just show this to you here again real fast. We haven't looked at it in a moment, but here's the cone for Elsa as we go on through the night coming up the I-95 corridor. Tropical storm warnings all of the Carolina coast. Most of the severe weather impacts, the flooding, the wind, the tornadoes will be on the east side of wherever the circulation makes its way north, somewhere along that I-95 corridor. So Charlotte, you're not completely out of the woods, but you're going to be pretty close to where our cutoff is of impacts from this storm. And you can kind of see that with the wind probabilities of seeing those tropical storm force winds. We had a lot of questions earlier in chat about the probability of flooding along the Charleston area, Savannah area, 20% chance of flash flooding. And then across the rest of North Carolina and South Carolina inland as far as I-77, slight chance up to 10%. And again, most of central North Carolina right now is in that flood watch that the National Weather Service has put out there. We haven't looked at model runs lately, and I'll keep this brief because I know we're still tracking an active tornado warning, but just to show you from Tropical Tidbits what we're expecting Elsa to do over the next few hours. As you can see, that area of circulation itself crossing into South Carolina. If I go ahead and put this into motion, you'll see it kind of make that projected run across the Carolinas. And as it does so, and I'm going to rewind it again, just show it to you one more time here, you can see a lot of those the heavier rains off to the east. But again, I-77 corridor, you're still in this, but if you're to the west of I-77, you won't have too many dramatic impacts from Elsa. So Columbia, Charlotte, don't let your guard down. Just keep an eye out. I think really to the east of those areas is where the greatest impacts will be. Jared, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I'm. You know, we have lots of audiences tonight. We have our Instagram audience that has been patiently watching my face and listening to my voice. And if you're watching us on Instagram and you want to see, more of what we're seeing, Carolina Weather Group on YouTube and Facebook is obviously if you're watching us, you know about that. But my Instagram folks are we're gonna do a little simulcast here. It's not the best, but it gets the job done. And we'll be happy to have you over there as time goes on. So what we're going to do, what we've got here, James, right now. Let me just. I'm getting a couple things kind of.
I'm waiting
sorted
for
out.
Your video thumbnail. Oh, there you go. I couldn't tell if you were frozen or not. Looking down there.
Who knows? Who knows how much bandwidth I burned through? I bet Comcast is going to start throttling me pretty soon. But the overall tornado threat, the biggest tornado threat is shifting east of 26, but there is that second band which has a wind shift with it and could, a tornado warning is not out of the woods yet until the tornado watch is dropped, and that tornado watch goes for another hour and a half. I didn't think I was going to be up to see the end of that tornado watch, but then again, I don't know. It might be. I might very well be here.
We talked about rains too. I just want to mention that Ben tweeted at us 4.5 inches of rain he measured in West Ashley.
That's impressive. I'd love to hear more about that. Let me.
I will tag you.
Cool. So, and of course, if you have your rainfall reports, we're also very interested in reports of flooding downtown.
What would you describe the health of those rotations inside those tornado warnings?
Yeah, so let's talk about these
as they expire it.
Yeah, so the southernmost warning has expired. The Weather Service has let that one go. The storm that prompted that warning has moved into the other tornado warning polygon to the north. It's not very, both of these rotations are just not very strong. We have a broad rotation near Alvin, and again, keep in mind we are way away from the radar now. We're looking at these around 6,000 feet. Number one, and number two, these are shallow storms. These are not your typical towering 40, 50, 60,000 foot thunderstorms that have very deep circulations that are very easy to detect on radar. As we get further from the radar, these become harder and harder and harder to detect. So we still want to be very cautious about how we interpret the radar this far out. But again, we have one circulation that's approaching St. Stephen. We have one circulation that is moved north of Hugie now. Is going to kind of split the difference between Monk's Corner and Bethera. It is, and then this one is going to cross 17A again between Monk's Corner and Jamestown, and this one may get a little bit closer to Bono. It's kind of lined up right behind him. I'm going to set the velocity radar in motion here, and you can see kind of where the couplets meet. You have the red and the green meeting. That's where we have the tornado risk, and you'll note that red and green has weakened over time on both of these here. So that is good news. That's a bit of good news, but again, we're going to want to watch this. Because a brief tornado remains possible with these storms through 4 a.m. So we'll need to watch that closely. Elsewhere, we have just a whole conga line of rotation. We're running into some purple haze here, which is that's a topic for another time. But basically, is just the radar can't figure out the velocities very well from these, so it just blanks out the data. But we still have some areas of rotation approaching Bulls Bay. And again, as we've mentioned before, the main tornado threat is going to be beginning to move into the northeastern part of Berkeley and Charleston counties. We have an area of rotation right over Daniel Island right now. It's a very small area of rotation, and it's not warned, and it does not look terribly strong, but it is something that we'll want to maybe keep an eye on. The reflectivity doesn't look great. But the good news is for downtown is that you're going to be getting into a lull for a bit. You're still going to have rain, and your flooding issues are, as the tide comes in, your flooding issues are going to continue. and that is, and that's just something that we're going to have to deal with. It's going to be, we had a feeling it'd be a messy commute, and certainly looks that way. We have a lull in between, and then we have one last rain band that's more closely tied to the center of circulation. Now, using the observations, let's find the center of circulation. The center of circulation looks like it is now crossing the Savannah River around Allendale, south of Barnwell. So again, Elsa, is not very well defined. Not by any stretch of the imagination, it is not well defined at all. But there's your center of circulation, and this is going to continue to move into the Midlands, out of the central Savannah River region and into the Midlands here over the next few hours. And as that happens, this northeast quadrant, where the best potential for tornadoes is going to continue to shift northeast, and that is going to end the tornado threat from southwest to northeast across the Charleston metro area. We do have tornado watches up in from the Georgetown up northeast. So James is going to pull those tornado watches up. And again, I appreciate the messages and everything. I'm trying to get the stuff as quickly as I can. Understand that this is a very busy night, and it's going to be very hard for me to get to a whole lot of stuff out of the gate. So,
yeah, let me show those watches here, Jared, and get them punched up on the screen. Again, this is going to be shifting now north, starting to move out of Charleston. Tornado watch goes up towards Wilmington now. It's the yellow that you see on your screen. We do still have it for Charleston in the low country, expecting that to start falling off here soon. Tornado watch until 9 a.m. It does go all the way through Florence and Myrtle Beach and Wilmington, just shy of Lumberton until 9 a.m. The red is the tropical storm warning that's up for all of the Carolina coast until further notice. And then the green is that flash flood watch we've been talking about that goes all through tomorrow, that they've issued in North Carolina. Haven't seen it, the equivalent in the Sandhills and the Midlands of South Carolina, but I wouldn't be surprised if we eventually got something that was similar there, or at least some advisories that start popping off once it actually starts happening. But that's kind of the situation right now.
Yeah, that wouldn't shock me at all. I'm gonna I need to restart my Instagram video real quick, but
did you see my Slack, by the way?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. So cool. All right. So all right. So James is going to drop off. At some point, I should probably drop off here.
Yeah. So what will happen in that scenario, just so folks who aren't familiar with us know, we are always streaming on the Carolina Weather Group YouTube channel. We put out a video every day. It's live in real time. It's called the Carolina Weather Net. Right now, we're live on it doing this. With our human beings aren't sitting here, it still has real-time forecast and current conditions. And then when the Weather Service issues warnings, it will pop them up on the screen so you know what's going on, even if we're not physically anchoring. So that'll continue throughout the whole night when Jared and I eventually do step back from the microphones.
Yeah. So again, right now I'm gonna hang with you. We're gonna see this tornado warning through, and then we're gonna see what happens with the additional circulations that are coming into parts of the northeastern parts of Charleston County now. So again, the good news is that we're getting past the worst of it in the metro area, and so so I'm just oh man. So anyway, yeah, it's been a night, that's for sure. That's put it mildly. But so yeah. Sorry, y'all. I cannot type and talk at the same time. I'm just terrible at this. So anyway, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna keep on going here, and so we're gonna get the. So James can take the dog out, which is a good idea. I got my dog sitting on my rear end, so so I've been dachshund here, and so we're going to keep an eye on this right now. So we still have a tornado warning that's active. This tornado warning continues to be active in Berkeley County here until, I believe they're going until 4 a.m. Yeah. So again. we're starting to lose some definition on the circulation, which is a very good thing. I always appreciate when we start to lose the circulation a little bit. We also should be cautious, though. Interpreting radar this far away, sometimes that can be somewhat that can be somewhat misleading. So we're going to need to keep an eye on that as it goes. So again, looking at the radar right now, the main concern is beginning to shift for, the greatest risk of a tornado is shifting now into northeastern Berkeley and northeastern Charleston counties, roughly from Ondaw northeast. We have several circulations lined up offshore. I've been calling it the Congo line of supercells, and because it looks like a Congo line of supercells. We'll see how these circulations survive. We've not gotten a lot of reports again, but it's overnight. Who knows what we're going to see in the morning. We've not gotten a lot of reports. Again, a lot has not happened. So that is good. We have had tornado damage in Beaufort. There's some fairly serious tornado damage reported down there with trees and power lines down, houses. We had a house get impaled with a tree branch right into a bedroom in Sea Pines and Hilton Head. So these storms have packed a punch. These have meant business, and certainly maybe certainly overachieving. What we might have thought from Elsa. We knew that there was going to be a tornado threat, and that certainly has unfortunately materialized. So getting some questions about Charleston right now, light rain. The main concern now for Charleston is going to be flooding. And we're going to have another round of heavy rain moving in the next couple hours. And as that happens, the floodwaters are going to have a hard time. The floodwaters are going to have a hard time receding there. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that very carefully with this next band of rain. The good news is that once this last band of rain comes through, that's going to we'll be able to let it go. So we had to get the Elsa pun in there somewhere, thing that had to happen. So we're able to get the Elsa pun in there, and that's all well and good. So let's check up on our tornado warning in northern Berkeley County. Again, this is certainly not the most robust set of circulations we've seen. We're definitely seeing this become more diffuse with time, and that is that's certainly a good thing. We certainly want to see that continue. And again, the rotating thunderstorms are going to generally move up over the next 30 minutes, 30, 45, 50 minutes. We're going to start getting that out of here, which is good news. But also to be so also the other thing that we want to be careful of is that we still have another round of strong storms out here. Botany Bay just recorded a 46-mile-an-hour wind gust. So again, we'll have another round of strong winds and heavy rain, but it looks like the tornado threat is going to continue to subside. We're seeing those better tornado parameters start to shift northeast, and so we're going to fingers crossed there. We're going to hope that continues. The Weather Service is advising of some stronger storms in Dorchester County, moving through Dorchester County right now with 45 to 55-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That is associated with the second band that's now moving in to Dorchester County. That's going to move into that's cross St. George, moving through Givens, Jedburgh. It's going to move into Somerville. This is going to move into Goose Creek. When this band ends, your severe weather threat is over. So that's the good news, and we're all very grateful for that. We're going to be very grateful to see all this come to an end. To put it mildly. So again, looking at the velocity products, we're gonna go to the normalized rotation product. Really not much to write home about here, folks, in northern Berkeley County, and that's a good thing. We don't have any major concerns with northern Berkeley County right now. We do still have the tornado warning here until 4 o'clock. We'll see what they end up. Again, the Weather Service offices they're busy. There's a lot going on, and and often the course of least regret with these is to keep the warnings going, because with tropical tornadoes, as I've said a ton of times tonight, with tropical tornadoes, you can often get them to drop down, spin back up, drop down, spin back up, and so keeping the warnings in place a little longer than they might normally do. Usually they have a quick hook on these things, but keeping them in place a little longer is a prudent thing to do. So if you're in St. Stephen, Bono, in those areas, I would still, I would still be down and ready to and be kind of in a safe place for the next little bit. So again, starting to see some things here. I'm going to restart. One thing that we're going to try and do here is let's jump into. Oh man, crazy town. So anyway, yeah. So I just saw, there's a lot of messages and everything coming in, and I definitely appreciate it. Please, if you have any storm reports, and you can safely get them in there, let's do that. But let's also be safe about it. We still have plenty of lightning here, and we may have, we might have a little trouble here. Let me. I don't know if that's bad data or what, but we have. Looks like that there is another circulation trying to get going north of Daniel Island, going up the Cooper here, it looks like, kind of bisecting between Goose Creek and Highway 41. So no warning on this, but we'll watch it. It certainly did catch my eye. There's a little data dropout here, which indicates that, it could be strengthening quickly. So again, we're not totally out of the woods here on the tornado side of things yet. The threat is decreasing with time, but it's certainly not out of the woods, especially as you get into Berkeley County. And we're getting another scan of that. So we'll see what the Weather Service does with this. Again, there's nothing that's really jumping out at me right now as far as like an imminent tornado risk. But but again, we want everybody in the tornado warning polygon in northern Berkeley County to be in a safe place. And so again, we are just, we're in a situation now where, we're dealing with some heavy rain. We are dealing with some flooding downtown, got some reports of flooding on Ashley Avenue. Obviously, it's going to be pretty late in the day. We're going to have a hard time getting, it's like yesterday never left, but we're going to have a hard time getting that information probably until tomorrow morning. I will say that if there is floodwater on the road right now, the tide is beginning to come in. And so we'll need people to be careful with that. It's very possible that with this second round of rain that we may have a longer duration flood event that could last into the commute. So again, high tide's coming up a little after 7:30. So we may have an additional round of that. So cool. So getting some questions here, going back over to the chat here. So right now, Daniel Island. So let's get into a couple of these things here. So on to off of Seawee Road, checking in here with lots of wind. You have really the worst severe weather now from about now for the next 20, 30, 40 minutes or so. And you could have some brief spin ups are certainly possible here. Some very heavy rain, a lot of lightning with these, and don't be surprised if there is a tornado warning needed there in up there. So what's going on Daniel Island? This is a great question. And in Daniel Island right now, you're actually getting into a lull. We had a little rotation north of you, but we're getting into a lull now. You have another round of heavy rain moving in the next hour or so, and that will end the severe weather threat for Daniel Island. So that's good news. As this next band comes through from the Savannah River, the Savannah area gets part of it over water. Could that band become more favorable for tornadoes than it has been? So it's a function of the wind shear. What's happening now is we're beginning to see the center of circulation move into South Carolina, and as that happens, as the Charleston area becomes more parallel with the center of circulation, the better wind shear and everything is going to be to the northeast. That's not to say that we can't have something spin up, but the better chances, the better parameters for tornadoes are going to be to the northeast. So we'll be watching that obviously very closely, but the tornado threat will be, at this point, is on a downward trajectory for Charleston, in the Charleston area. Not zero, but on a downward trajectory. All right, so we have, so I experienced a tornado warning in Florida last night due to this storm. Please be safe, everyone who's in this. If you're watching this and you're doing that, and the tornado warning has been canceled, the tornado warning for Berkeley has been canceled. We have no active tornado warnings on the board. I really shouldn't have said that probably, because there probably will be one as soon as I even think about getting off of here, but We have no active tornado warnings on the board. So again, hope one big part of being safe is being informed, and we are very honored and thrilled and humbled that you would choose us for your severe weather coverage tonight on a very rough night in the South Carolina Low Country. I am in Charleston. James, who has been anchoring with us as well, he's in Charlotte. And we have the Carolina Weather Group has people all over the Carolinas. We have people in Asheville. We have people, in the Piedmont there, in the foothills, all over the place. So I'm in Charleston. Charleston weather at CHSWX is my main jam here. Is the weather clearing in Barnwell? Yes. In fact, you're going to have the center of Elsa getting very close to you. But again, this is a very lopsided storm. You're going to have this. You're going to have this rainfall that's going to be now well to your northeast, and so very lopsided storm. Center coming over really doesn't make a big difference. So again, that is going to. So yes, you are going to be calming down in Barnwell here very soon. And we have a great question here that I'm going to let James take. It looks like he's around before he jumps off.
You guys have PayPal. Yeah. This is my favorite question of the whole night, Eric. We are on Patreon. So patreon.com/Carolina Weather Group. Get your early access. We haven't even talked about this. We're a weekly show that talks about weather. And you'll get early access to many of those episodes if you support us on patreon.com/Carolina Weather Group. So Eric, thank you so much. We did not plant Eric. If we had planted somebody to ask this question, we would have asked it 3 hours ago. So thank you for bringing that point up as we draw towards the 4 a.m. hour. And thank you to so many folks who maybe are watching us for the first time tonight.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And what we're going to do, I'm keeping an eye on the rotations around. So there are some broad area rotations near Ondaw, and then there is that conga line of supercells. But that being said, we're going to keep an eye on this. But I think what we're going to do at this point, coffee, here I come. Nap and then coffee. I'm already regular
down to that point where I'm beginning to go, do I just stay up?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a sleep in the office kind of night, if you know what I mean. So again, but the good news is that we have no active severe weather warnings now over land. We have some marine warnings for possible water spouts. And again, we need to watch northeastern Berkeley and northeastern Charleston very closely. And again, we have a second band of rain that's coming in. We're in a lull right now in much of the metro area, but we have a second band of rain coming in, 45 to 55 mile an hour straight line winds. So another round of very heavy rain could cause some additional flooding problems in downtown Charleston. But the tornado risk is going to begin to come down, and we should be able to get rid of this tornado watch, hopefully by the expiration time at 5 a.m.
Were you about to say the thing that I think you were about to say a minute ago?
What's that?
We'll take a pause.
Yeah, we're going to take a pause. Oh, we're taking a pause. We're absolutely taking a pause.
So here's how this works. We have this thing called the Carolina Weather Net. It streams on our YouTube channel, the Carolina Weather Group, every day. It's always up, real-time information from the Weather Service. It does show best of episodes of our podcast, the Carolina Weather Group, when we're not in live coverage like this. So you can leave that up. That'll have warnings throughout the night. We're going to start a new one. So there'll be a whole new YouTube video about to drop for that. If you want to just watch us when we are live on these special severe weather nights, if you subscribe to us on YouTube or like us on Facebook, then you'll get the notification of, hey, we've started a live video that's just for tracking Elsa. So right now, if you went to our YouTube channel, there's technically 2 ways to watch us doing the same thing, because we have the nonstop and then we have the one-off. That's how that works.
Yep.
So what we're going to do is we're going to take a moment to just kind of reset ourselves and the computers, because YouTube doesn't like when you run a YouTube live event for too long. So even our net, folks, if you're watching on our net, give it a minute, and then you're going to hop over to a new net video for a new day.
Yep. But in the meantime, I want to thank everybody again for staying with us tonight. It's been a rough night. I don't like to mince words about these things. So we hope that you all can get some sleep. If you can't, then I totally get it. I know the feeling. We're going to find out here very shortly just how well this will go. But again, we want to thank everybody for joining us this evening. We will, and as we can, we will try and continue. Hopefully we don't have too many more issues tonight as we get through the Charleston metro area and this stuff begins to move out of here. But again, we do have a tornado watch that is in effect up in the PD region for the Grand Strand, points northeast and North Carolina, going until 9 a.m. Later this morning at this point. So again, the tornado threat is going to shift northeast. And so that's certainly something that we're going to want to watch as time goes on, but we'll have updates for you as needed. But for now, we're going to sign this off. For James Brierton, I'm Jared Smith, Carolina Weather Group on the Carolina Weather Net at Charleston Weather, CHSWX. Thank you all so much. And please be safe, and we'll talk to you soon.